We will open the commission meeting on this Tuesday, December 9th, 2025, and stand for the flag salute, please. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sadly, I have some information to give you. Our city manager is not here this evening because he's had a death in his family, his brother. He'll be back with us soon, we hope, and we send our regards and our sympathy to his family. Pastor, you're up.
Thank you. May we pray. Holy Father, we give you thanks for this glorious time of the year as we approach Christmas and to remember your gift to us, your Son. Father, we ask you to bless us with hope and peace and give us joy and love with our fellow citizens here, and may it spread throughout our country. It is a time that we need it, Father, and may we look to you, our great light. Father, we ask you to bless our city manager's family tonight as they mourn the death of Darren's brother, and ask you to give them peace and comfort and surround them during this time. We ask you to bless our commissioners for a job that they have done very well this year, and we pray that next year that they will come already and Spirit-led to guide us on to a big celebration starting next year of 150 years. Father, we just thank you for the city of Pittsburgh. We thank you for our staff that we have that work so hard to provide for the citizens. Continue blessing them and bless us all here tonight. And may your peace and harmony surround us as we make Pittsburgh a great place to live, a place where all can feel welcome. We ask this prayer and we give it up to you, Father. Hear it in your holy name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. We have a proclamation for Dr. Jim Triplett Day. Do we have someone here to represent?
Sure.
The proclamation, whereas Dr. James R. Jim Triplett first arrived in Pittsburgh in 1962 on a football scholarship at Pittsburgh State University and went on to earn his bachelor's and master's degree before serving his country in the U.S. Navy during the Vietnam War and completing a Ph.D. at the University of Kansas. And whereas Dr. Triplett joined the PSU faculty in 1981, became chair of the Department of Biology in 1985, and over a 23-year tenure in that role, mentored generations of students. And whereas Dr. Triplett's passion for sustainability and his tireless advocacy for waste reduction and environmental stewardship extended far beyond the classroom, including leadership on many local and statewide organizations and numerous accolades and awards. And whereas Dr. Triplett's teaching, research, volunteerism, and gentle mentorship enriched countless lives and will continue to benefit Pittsburgh's people, ecosystems, and future generations. Now, therefore, I, Don McNay, Mayor of the City of Pittsburgh, Kansas, do hereby proclaim November 15, 2025 as Dr. Jim Triplett Day in the City of Pittsburgh, and urge all citizens to honor his memory by committing themselves to education, conservation, and community service. Dated this 9th day of December, 2025. Thank you. We'll move on to public input. Please keep your comments to about 3 minutes, if you would, please.
is Rain Meadows, and I'm here to kind of push the support for public soccer fields in Pittsburgh. I'm a lifelong Pittsburgh resident, and I've been a licensed soccer coach for 30 years, 10 years at the high school, and now I run the Iguana Soccer Club here in Pittsburgh. We've got over 100 kids in our program. We've got 7 teams across 4 different age groups. And our biggest struggle is finding places to practice. Our league's in Joplin, but with 7 teams and 100 kids, finding places to practice becomes a challenge. I also work part-time for a company called 5v5 Soccer that puts on soccer tournaments across the country. And I travel around in the summers doing those, and I've seen a lot of communities, even smaller communities than us, be able to be profitable by hosting tournaments. They see an uptick in revenue. So I think soccer fields in this area that were for public access could be able to not only support the growing soccer community in this city, but also support and bring revenue, because we can not only host those tournaments, we could look at hosting high school tournaments, and I think with the upcoming World Cup, this country is going to see a big increase in popularity and participation in soccer, like it did with the women's soccer World Cups in '99 and 2003. So I think now is a great time for us to kind of get ahead of the program. We're all the interest, not only at the youth level, but through the high school, with the success of the women's program at the college. I definitely think there's a big need for it. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Okay, I'm going to put a timer on. I'm Dave Perricone, 111 West Forest. I'm here tonight as the treasurer for the Southeast Kansas Recycling Center, coincidentally founded by one Dr. Triplett. As you know, I'm sure, since Dr. Triplett's passing, the board's been struggling to carry on his legacy in a way that would honor him and all his efforts in the community. We've ran into some financial struggles that I think you know about. We were forced to close at the end of October. We received this huge outpouring of support in the form of a lot of small donations. And we thought that that was the community telling us that they were voting with their wallet. They wanted us to reopen. But we had to find a way to sustain that level of support. So we instituted a fee-for-service model. Long story short, it's not working. We're getting about 100 cars a week. We need about 250. So I am here with a soft ask. I have a sponsorship proposal that I would like the city to consider signing on to. There are, sponsorship perks, and there's a lot of room for negotiation and whatnot. I can just leave it, I guess, with the clerk. Failing that, if you could at least get the word out to leverage your networks. We're looking for sponsors, we're looking for ideas, we're looking for volunteers, we're looking for any kind of strategic partnerships you could think of. I know that solid waste management is kind of a new utility for the city right now, so I don't know how well developed that plan is, that strategy. But I would think that recycling would fit right in there somewhere. So this might be a way to fit that in. Okay? 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. I'm Sonia Lalla with the Small Business Administration Disaster Recovery.
Could you state your address, please?
My address?
Your address?
Prairie Village, the entire address?
That's fine.
That's okay. So I'm Sonia Lala with the Small Business Administration Disaster Recovery. A presidential declaration was made on October 24th, 2025, and federal funding has been available in form of low-interest loans for small businesses and nonprofits. The SBA Economy Injury Disaster Loans are working capital loans that help small businesses and nonprofits to meet their financial obligation. The rates are as low as 4% for small businesses and 3.7% for nonprofits. The maximum loan amount is $2 million. The terms are up to 30 years. And there is no application fees and no repayment up to 12 months. We invite qualified applicant to go to our website, sba.gov/disaster, or by calling our phone number 900-695-2955. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other folks?
Christy Bittner, 1508 Bittner Court. Good evening, Commissioners. At the last meeting on November 12th, I came to the podium during public input to express ongoing concerns of the budget presented for 2026. I gave examples and asked questions that went unanswered. After the last agenda item, there should have been a time for non-agenda reports and requests. Yet the mayor ignored it and moved to go directly into executive session, and after that, it was adjournment. So I guess I will have to repeat myself. By a show of hands, how many of the commissioners have received the latest copy of the 2026 budget book from the city manager? It was quite surprising to see how much the numbers changed from the September 9th budget document. There's over 30 pages of numbers that have markedly changed from previous versions of the 2026 budget. The mill levy table, specific line items, totals of years from 2024 to 2026, and FTE positions are examples of what I have found. There are 3 separate budget books. The first budget book was presented to commissioners for the July 22nd, 2025 presentation of the budget. In that meeting, the 5 books were taken back and new ones were printed during the meeting as changes were being made, and the city manager said they wanted to post the most accurate budget for the website. Darren and Jay worked long into the night to get the second book to the commissioners that evening. So after requesting new information after the budget hearing on September 9th, I received it October 30th. Here's the second budget book. And then this is the copy of the budget book I got after October 30th. The annual revenues between these 3 books range from 46 to 48 million. The total revenues range from 72 to 74 million. The first 2 books share the same mill rate and valuations to support the budget. The third book was the same mill rate, yet the valuation for the 2026 budget is $181,713,350. In the state certificate, the assessed valuation is shown as $183,703,295. Then, on November 12th, the county clerk released to the Morning Sun a true and correct list of the tax levies in Pittsburgh's mill rate increased to 52.006. I also received information that the assessed valuation for Pittsburgh was given to be $179,626,310. According to KansasOpenGov.org, the mill rate has not been 50.854 since 2018. It was 51.49 in 2018, went up to 51.64 in 2021, and began to decrease over the last 3 years to now 50.854 that was stated over and over when discussing this budget. Now we are at 52.006. I believe taxpayers are due for an explanation of how this has taken place in a matter of 3 months. It also states over and over in September the discrepancies have been corrected and updated. It has been identified this is not the case. The question becomes, how does the commission move forward? Either this commission will follow the 2026 budget book formally adopted on September 9, 2025, or a document that has not received proper scrutiny by the 5 commissioners. Given these circumstances, the commission should re-examine this budget document to know how the city will spend funds for the next year, call for an outside audit to take place as soon as possible, and to give an explanation to the taxpayers of Pittsburgh. Thank you.
Well, I have a question. Question. What was sent to the state?
There was a state certificate, but that's not the numbers the county has.
Is that the only, that's the only thing that counts was sent to the state, right?
Well, but the county has different numbers.
Well-
So I don't know how you all decide on how that works, but the county clerk has given different numbers.
Well-
So,
There's certainly room for,
well, you have 3 books here. Which one are we going to use? That's the question, I
well,
think,
aren't they?
for the
aren't they
next year.
They're consensual, right, one right after the other, correct? I mean, that,
Well, you have one, but the first one was taken back because
We know
they
that.
made changes.
the second one was, there's a
The
third one.
second one was formal, but then you have this one. You haven't even seen this book, have you? And there are changes in that book. So that's why I say you ought to re-examine this the number 3 book, because there are differences in here that you all don't understand have been changed. And that's not what was told. It was asked, were there going to be any changes? Would it be the same as the number 2 budget on September 9th? And they said yes, but they're not. So this is why you need to be looking at what you're going to, you don't know what you're spending, how you're going to spend it, just like what you're going to do, pretty soon with amending the budget. What are the dollars? Where are they going to be spent? That is the question to be answered.
Any comments, Jay?
You want to talk about that now?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
No, not until the budget amendment comes up.
What?
Let's wait for the budget amendment.
All right.
What is it?
I said, let's wait for the budget amendment when it
Okay,
comes
okay.
on the agenda.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. Oh,
John, go ahead.
John Lair, 1608 North Joplin Street. I want to know why the commission is not more appropriate of looking at this budget's over and voting for things like this and have 3 different budgets. This is not fair to the taxpayer of Pittsburgh. Do you agree with that?
I would agree with it, yes.
You agree with having 3 different budgets?
No, I would agree with the final budget being looked at by the
There's
commission.
not a final budget. You keep getting a new one all the time. Does that take the place of the other one?
Well, I assume so.
Oh, you can't just assume. You need to look at it, study it, and you've got wants and needs. As a commission, that's what you need to do.
Hi, Roger Lomchek, 1147 South 220th Street. I guess we're doing a separate budget discussion later on, so I won't, is that correct? If I'm understanding that right, all right, so I'll hold some of this stuff until then. The document that I gave you has a few items on it that I would like to discuss beyond the fact that the mill levy went up after we were told it would not. There are a few items on the agenda. The Heartland Business Systems Agreement, which sounds like we're talking about doing a physical server for data storage and backup here on the facility in Crawford County somewhere. Why are we doing that instead of a cloud-based backup, which is industry standard as far as I understand it? Anything where we have the physical server here is going to be prone to vulnerabilities, from everything from a airplane landing on it to a tornado hitting it. It seems like before we commit ourselves to a multi-million-dollar deal for data storage, we should be looking at best practices across a wide swath and determining how we should do backup so that it's as less vulnerable as possible. I hesitate to use the word invulnerable, but as low susceptibility to the data being damaged or lost. That'd be question number one. The housing, I believe you're voting on accepting a HUD grant for housing for the ESG, I believe. One thing I would ask you to look at, and this is on page 2 of this document that I handed you, is to make a motion requesting the Pittsburgh Housing Authority to submit an anonymized report at the next regular city commission meeting, which details the originating location for each client they served in 2024 and 2025. What that would do is give the commission and the public a direct answer on how many people have moved to the area who are taking advantage of our services. When we have trouble housing our own, we certainly have our own homeless who are in need of help. If we're bringing in, if we are encouraging or allowing a significant number of people to move here and get unrestricted services, that's hampering our ability to serve our own locals. Next thing would be the discounts and abatements. It's been a few meetings though, Doc Sigley, but you had mentioned that there are a lot of nonprofits receiving discounts or abatements in things like property tax. But there are also apparently some things going on with electricity rates being discounted for things like the data farm. I'd like to know how many organizations and what dollar value are being discounted on things like electricity, because that's obviously means somebody is picking up that slack, and that would be the rest of the taxpayers, just like it is for the property taxes. If one entity is getting a break, somebody else is paying for that. And that's something I think would be very, very good transparency for the public to have some knowledge of.
Are you talking about, Roger, you talking about in the form of franchise fees? What are you talking about?
Well, I honestly don't know. I know that there was a reference made to the data farm being given a discounted electric rate.
Isn't that through the electric company, not through the city?
Well, the city is the one that administers it. Jay, is that correct, or does the city have anything whatsoever to do with that?
We don't have an impact on the rates that they're charged by Evergy.
That's not something negotiated through the city
No.
whatsoever? Is there?
We don't do that.
So what kind of incentives did we give them to set up here?
We didn't give them incentives. All right.
It's on the,
We're actually going to be gathering a great deal of revenue from them. All right.
there's nothing that's done to encourage them to come set up here versus
Not by the city.
not by the city at all?
I can speak to that real quickly. As part of the incentive package for that, you're correct that the city collects a franchise fee on electricity. So the agreement that was approved by the commission was that for the first 5 years, that 50% of that franchise fee would be rebated back to the data farm, but they don't get any break on sales tax. So if I understand correctly, it's around $20,000 a month is what it's expected to generate in franchise fees. So half of that would be rebated back to the data center.
So we're giving them about $10,000 a month.
But then the sales tax goes straight to the city. So the city will be making about $20,000 on that per month. And the city didn't have any upfront investment at all in the data center.
What are they selling that generates sales tax revenue? What are they doing that generates sales tax revenue?
It's on electricity.
They're consuming
I
electricity.
didn't realize you paid sales tax on electricity
Yeah.
until we worked on that project.
Okay.
Yeah, so just for 5 years to help them recoup some of their upfront costs.
Okay.
So the city's still coming out about $20,000 a month. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you. I'd be curious if there are other deals like that to actually know what we're doing, and are they truly generating a net positive like Blake is talking about. Last thing is the trash services. I'd like to see some actual hard data on how much total has been invested in the solid waste department and what the net revenue has been that they're bringing in, as well as what the repayment, what the expected dates are that the solid waste department will be self-sustaining, and when they could begin to repay the taxpayers for the capital investment of purchasing all the equipment that was needed for the solid waste. Because that's, as my understanding is, they came out of, that was a non-budget item that was voted to provide things like the trucks. Maybe this most recent budget was included, but the original one was not. And that there's a significant amount of investment dollars on the city's behalf to get that department stood up, which is understandable. But when are we going to see that actually recouped and begin to be a net positive for the city books instead of a drain? Part of that as well, I think there's something on the agenda this time about raising the rates for the solid waste department. Did I see that properly, or?
Not on solid waste, but for other utilities.
But other utilities, okay, sorry, that was a separate thing. But my understanding is too that the rate for the solid waste department is below market value which obviously is going to affect its ability to sustain itself, but also that's undercutting existing private businesses that provide the same service when the city solid waste department obviously is not having to compete on the same scale because it's been provided all this capital equipment to no cost to the department. And of course, being a city department, they don't pay taxes on that equipment, as well as I don't believe any kind of income taxes or taxes on revenue generated. So those reports would be very helpful, I think, for everyone to understand what we're invested in as a city and what we're actually seeing for both short-term and long-term returns on that investment. Okay, thank you.
Ralph McGeorge, 2301 North Rouse, Pittsburg, Kansas. I served on this commission for 9.5 years, and each and every year we had only one budget book that was scrutinized and went through thoroughly before we passed it. And I don't think this is a good thing to do. We've got 3 or 4 budget books here we can look at, and there's always something you can hide in 1 or 2 of those books. And it should be scrutinized and it should be gone over thoroughly. And if it isn't, there should be an investigation. And I feel this is a very important time because taxes, we just can't afford to keep them up. Crawford County is one of the poorest counties in the state of Kansas. And we've got more retired people in this house, in this city that just can't afford any raises. Our insurance goes up, our cost of living goes up, everything else that we've got, car insurance and everything. And we have no compensation for our payroll to make them budgets. So you guys need to sit down, and it's up to you 5 people, 4 right now, but there's going to be another one. But we need to have this all scrutinized and gone through thoroughly again before this budget is finalized. And I feel the taxpayers of Pittsburg, Kansas deserves that. Thank you.
Any others? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public input. We now go to the reorganization of the Board of Commissioners. Will the newly elected and re-elected commissioners come forward, please?
I do solemnly swear.
I do solemnly swear.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of Kansas.
And the Constitution of the State of Kansas.
And faithfully discharge the duties.
And faithfully discharge the duties.
Of City Commissioner.
City Commissioner.
For the City of Pittsburg, Kansas.
For the City of Pittsburg, Kansas.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Next, excuse me, the next item is the mayor is elected from the members of the governing body.
I would move to elect Dr. Sigley as the next mayor.
Second. It's been moved and seconded that Dr. Sigley be elected as the next mayor. All in favor?
Could I get a roll call vote on that?
Brooks.
No.
Height.
Yes.
Perry.
No.
Littell.
No.
Sigley.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion for Chuck Munsell to be the next mayor of Pittsburgh.
I second that motion. It's been moved and seconded to elect Mr. Munsell as mayor of the city of Pittsburgh.
Is there any discussion on that? I mean, are we really breaking from every year that the top leader gets that? I mean,
There is no precedent.
there is no precedent. Okay, it only works when
Enough kibitzing by, what's his name in the back, Mr. Laird. You just sit there and smile and.
I can't hear you.
I know you can't.
What?
You can't hear a thing.
you know. I mean, we've never not elected the sitting president of the board, the mayor.
Yes, we have.
Okay. Not in. the
Unless
last
you
4
can
years.
show a policy or procedure that says that's required, produce it, otherwise
As long as
it
you
is.
wanna change the rules to fit your own agenda.
We're not
so
changing
be
the
it.
rules, Stu.
Okay,
Stu,
It doesn't benefit you, otherwise you would be for it.
it doesn't benefit me at all. I'm just trying to go with tradition on
There
this.
is no tradition.
Okay, very good.
There's no past procedure, nothing like that.
I would like to say something. I know I'm new to this, and I'm newly seated today, a few moments ago. I believe, and the people of Pittsburgh believe, change is needed, change is coming.
We don't need a political speech.
Changes
You've
here
given
now.
that speech a number of times before. Chuck, it's yours.
We have to vote. You have to sit
All in
there.
favor of electing Mr. Munsell?
roll call vote, please.
Roll call.
Brooks.
Yes.
Ike.
No.
Perry.
Yes.
Mansell.
Yes.
Sigley.
No.
Hold that thought, TJ.
We're gonna need a lot of them. You need to get sworn in.
Yeah, I got it.
I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and faithfully discharge the duties
and faithfully discharge the duties
of mayor
of mayor
for the city of Pittsburgh, Kansas.
for the city of Pittsburgh, Kansas.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
You guys,
That's real unprofessional.
All right.
you've made an enemy you don't want.
Can we,
Unprofessional.
Doc, here's your hat. As a new elected mayor, DJ, you were cut off from making a comment, so go ahead with that, would you please?
Thank you, Mayor. After speaking to so many people in the city, it was heavily voiced that they wanted change, they wanted different structure for the city of Pittsburgh. We're moving towards that, I believe. I know there's emotions that are high right now, people are upset, but I honestly believe this is a good direction and where the city needs to go. Yes.
I got one. You need that, Doc.
Does everybody have one of these? No.
All right. I'd like to entertain a motion for the new president of the board, and I'll make the motion of DJ Perry.
I second.
Roll call vote, please.
Brooks.
Yes.
Ike.
No.
Perry.
Yes.
Mansell.
Yes.
Sigley.
Nope.
What you want?
I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and the Constitution of the State of Kansas,
and faithfully discharge the duties
and faithfully discharge the duties
of President of the Board of Commissioners
of President of the Board of Commissioners
for the city of Pittsburgh, Kansas.
for the city of Pittsburgh, Kansas.
So help me God.
So help me God.
So before we move on, we need to take care of a little housekeeping. And
Mr. Mayor, I would like to enter a motion to remove the 3-minute restriction on public input and advise people that when they come to speak to the city commission and they have their concerns, to try to have something prepared. If it is lengthy, we'll move it to the end of the meeting and non-agenda. If it's timely and put together, then we do it at the beginning. And then also I'd like to have, with that motion, the timer removed from this room.
I'll second that motion. Do we have a roll call vote on that?
Brooks.
Yes.
Ike. Yes. Perry.
Yes.
Mansell.
Yes.
Sigley.
Yes.
I'd just like to make a comment about the 3-minute time and the time clock. we need to listen to the citizens that elect us on this commission. They're the one that put us in office. And it takes a lot of courage for a citizen to come up and speak in public, at the public input. And we need to listen to what they have to say. We don't need to make it any more stressful by having a time limit and a time clock on what they have to say. Their concerns is just as important as anything else we have on the agenda that we need to take care of. So moving on.
Mayor,
Yes.
they're having trouble hearing in the back. They're all saying, is there a way that the IT can maybe turn the volume up at all? Sorry, I can see them and I know you can't.
Maybe put your microphones closer.
Do you need me to repeat what I just said? All right. So, can you hear me?
Yeah, very well.
All right. Following up with DJ's motion, the second, and how it was voted. Yes.
We're getting a lot of feedback, and I think you're,
Too loud?
well, what was said earlier is right. The mics just need to be moved closer to you.
Well,
There's a lot of
unfortunately,
echo now.
I can't. I'm going to have to get like this. But anyway,
Sorry.
it takes a lot of courage to come up and speak before the public. I'm not good at it. I'm going to foul things up when I talk, but I speak from the heart. And I know when citizens that elect us, we need to listen to what their concerns are. And it takes courage for them to come up and talk in public. So we don't need to put any more stress on those that want to speak about their concerns by having a 3-minute time frame or a time clock. Their concerns are just as important as anything that we have on the agenda for that evening. So that's all I wanted to say on that subject. Moving on to consent agenda. Are there any items to be removed?
I would like to remove Echo E, F, K, O, and P.
Slow down a little bit. Now say that again.
E,
F,
F, K, O, and P.
P, F, O.
I just have a few questions.
Is there any other items?
Did you say N? Or T, did you say T or N?
P is a Paul.
P is in Paul, yes.
Okay.
Paul.
N for me.
In? Stu, do you have anything?
I don't.
Doc, do you have anything?
No.
I would like to remove item S. So let's get started. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda excluding item E, F, G, K, N, O, P, S?
I would move to approve those items.
Wow, yes, second.
Roll call vote.
Oh, did you guys say T? There's one on the other page. Is T on there or not? Sorry. The appropriation ordinance?
I would amend my motion to exclude T.
Okay.
Oh, exclude? Okay,
Excluding T.
okay.
So we have a motion to approve the consent agenda excluding all the ones, including T that was just mentioned. Roll call vote.
Brooks.
Yes.
Hyde.
Yes.
Perry.
Yes.
Mansell.
Yes.
Sigley.
Yes.
All right. Item E, approval of ordinance number G 1383, annexing and incorporating certain land within the limits and boundaries of the city of Pittsburg, Kansas, in conformity with the provisions of KSA 12-52 as amended, and authorize the mayor to sign the ordinance on behalf of the city. Located at 1920 South Olive Wastewater Treatment Facility. All right, Matt.
Good evening. What can I answer for you
My
about this?
question was, it's never been inside the city limits. That was bizarre, even though we've had a plant there for 50-plus years. And glad to see we're annexing it in, but it's just out there where the plant is.
Correct.
Okay.
So the history is that was originally all platted 100 years ago or whatever. The bypass came through. Last year when we were doing the boundary resolution, when we were building the plant, we realized the additional land for the new plant
wasn't ever annexed. We wrote in the entire language. The county informed us that they would not include it in our boundary resolution because all that property had never been annexed somewhere during, so whatever, fast forward to today, we are requesting to annex all the wastewater land as it stands today, where it's being built, into the city of Pittsburgh so we can include it in our boundary resolution.
Well, thank you for explaining that because, like I said, that's one that got by a lot of people. So,
Yeah.
thank you. I appreciate that. Move to approve. Unless anybody else.
I had a couple more questions, and I was shocked to hear that it wasn't a part of the physical part of the city of Pittsburgh. There were some questions with all the plots that are assigned to it. Nothing's changed as far as what the city owns. It's still all
Correct.
city-owned property. We're just annexing what was existing.
Correct.
Mac, I talked to you about this. Could you explain about what you told me about what was annexed and because of the bypass situation?
So yeah, Hudson Street, Olive, that was all, if you go back and you can find a plat that extends out closer to Cow Creek and that area. Then obviously in 1955, the bypass came through. 100 years ago when they built the original wastewater plant that was out there in that area. Anyways, the bypass came through and somewhere through the change of history, just documentation was lost, and so we're making an effort to clean it up is all.
So there was a motion to approve?
Move to
In a
approve.
second? All in favor say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Item F, approval of ordinance number G 1384, amending section 2-109 of the Pittsburgh City Code by removing the prohibition of members of the Airport Advisory Board from serving more than 2 consecutive terms and authorize the mayor to sign the ordinance on behalf of the city.
Was there a specific question you had regarding
I just got a couple questions. Sure. And that was, I requested that one be pulled. Is there a precedence before to have an unlimited amount of time for people to serve on this board?
In the past, they've been reappointed. We have a limited number of people that have the kind of the expertise and concern about the board. The members are pilots, all right, and we just don't have that many. And when their term limit's up and we lose them, it's hard to replace them. It's gotten increasingly harder to replace them. We're just asking to remove the time limitation on their. That doesn't mean they are permanently on there. It's just that they can serve an additional term past that. That was the only reason for
So
this.
when they come up to the term limits, they'll be put in the same queue as new applicants that
Right.
want to be a part of it?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
Right. I would think that we would need some kind of a cap on it as we do for all the other boards. I mean, I'd make a suggestion, I guess, for it to be a four term and then reeval, but the way you've explained it,
Would we be in the same predicament next year?
Well, yeah, this would take the limit off it every year, but we would still, if their terms are limited, you'd still have to still have to be reappointed.
there's just no walking, okay.
Just not completely unable to serve. Yeah.
Thank you. That's all I
So is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item G, approval of ordinance number S 1113, amending ordinance number S 1009, fixing the salary and compensation of officers and employees of the city of Pittsburg, Kansas, and authorize the mayor to sign the ordinance on behalf of the city. So I had this, let me find it. I asked for that to be pulled, but I am going to make a motion to approve this ordinance. But after it's hopefully seconded and we vote on to approve it, I would like to make a motion to amend the ordinance. So how do I do that? Do we need to vote on this and approve it and then my motion to amend?
The ordinance that's on your agenda tonight, if you vote to approve it, I would suggest that you approve it with whatever amendment you would like, and then we can,
Okay.
or Kim can make the changes.
Okay, all right, so we'll do it that way. The part I want to amend on this salary ordinance is section 3. And in section 3, the city manager authority, the city manager is hereby empowered to employ qualified people to fill any department head position at an annual salary at no more than the maximum amount allowed herein, and to employ qualified people to fill the position of any other department head on the annual salary or hourly wage at no more than maximum amounts allowed herein. This is the part that I'm going to read that I want to amend in this section 3. And what I wanted to say is, the city manager is hereby empowered to employ, okay, I'll read it again. Employ qualified people to fill any department head position at an annual salary at no more than the maximum amount allowed herein, and to employ qualified people to fill any position other than department head on the annual salary or hourly wage at no more than the maximum amount allowed herein. Employee salaries and wages may be increased by the city manager at reasonable intervals until the maximum amount is reached, and may be allowed and paid from time to time as authorized by the city commission. That's what I want added to that section on my amendment.
What's the exact wording that you wanted?
As authorized by.
As authorized by the city commission. The reason why I want to do this, for a number of years, we budget raises for employees. They're very hardworking people and they need to get raised. But during this part of this salary ordinance, it allows the city manager to give out raises throughout the year to certain employees. And that makes a morale issue among the employees that's not eligible for those raises.
So what you're doing is you're not allowing the city manager to give raises.
No, I am. He can, I'm authorizing those raises by the commission. That's what I'm asking.
But you're wanting the commission to vote on those raises.
No, he tells us, well, you know, like somebody gets promoted and naturally they're going to get a raise because they've been promoted. Or they move up from, example, from firefighter 1 to driver. They're going to get a raise on that. I don't have a problem with that. But the problem I have with this is I think we need to know other raises given throughout the year and be authorized to approve those raises before they're given out, because it does create a morale issue with employees, and it has for several years. So that's the part I'm asking to amend.
You're just adding the 6 words at the end of the sentence, and everything after that still
It's the same.
is
All
still
I'm
in
is
place.
adding as authorized by the city commission. And I made a motion.
Second.
It's been-
Wait, I think to DJ's point though, I think by doing that, you're saying on every raise, the way it's written.
As long as it's not
Mayor, if I
based
can take a
on-
moment to explain how we have a system for implementing raises. So if I can explain that to those of you that don't know really quick. We have a group that meets, a core group that meets every Monday at 2 o'clock, Personnel Action Forum Committee. That is the city manager, the finance director, myself, and a member of the police department, because they have, it's pretty fluid with people moving from trainees to police officer 1s, 2s, and through the system. So
Nobody from the fire department? No personnel from the fire
there
department?
isn't, but all the recommendations of raises come from department heads.
Right.
So, I mean, those aren't done without the knowledge of a department head anyway. So, so that's the core group that meets as of right now. We go over the raises. We have a chart that we go through with every employee's salary on it, so we don't cause compression. We look at everyone. Raises aren't just given out unless there is an increase in duties, a change in title because of an increase in duties or an opening, or a certification that has been received. So usually there's always justification from a department head or a supervisor on why those raises should be given out.
So that wouldn't change by just having the authority of the city commission approval?
Well, there are several that happen because there's several employees throughout a year that go to trainings, certifications, get their CDL,
Well,
whatever it may be.
That's included in the rest of this, section 3. That includes firefighter 1, EMT, CDL license, they're given raises. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about raises that have been given out over the past several years. And when employees call me with an issue, I can't explain why those raises were given
Yeah,
out.
maybe my recommendation would be to say over a certain percentage, or if there was, something that we could say, because those, we do have charts on how we give out the fire department raises that, as they get increased, and the police department raises. So, I mean, if you're going to change it, my recommendation would be to put something very concrete in there so we understood when we had to bring it to you and, and when we didn't.
So currently, the way I'm understanding it, there's not a briefing to the commission about what raises were given throughout the year?
Not as long as they're within the ordinance.
So what you're saying, Chuck, is you want the commission to have visibility of the raises past the annual raise and that percentage throughout the year, leading up to the end of the year?
Right, because sometimes we budget a 3% merit-based raise, or maybe, cost of living, or 2% merit-based.
Kim, is that done across the board, though?
Correct.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. But when raises can be given out, and I'm not talking about certificates, CDL license, just raises given out, sometimes those raises amount to 9, 10, 11, 12%. And that's the morale issue that city employees have. They're all hardworking employees, and they're only eligible for a 3 or 2% raise, and they see others are getting 9 and 10%. That's why I want to know and authorize those raises. I don't understand what the issue might be.
Kim, on the timeline on approving this, could I'm considering making a motion to table this so we can have a clarification of the ordinance with the new language. I don't really.
Yeah, it could wait. Because of the way that pay periods fall, our raises won't take effect until mid-January.
Okay.
So it can wait till the first meeting in January.
Just to make sure we're not holding up everybody's pay raises for the.
Because in the
No,
past, that's
no.
what we've been led to believe, that if we did not vote for this, that people would suffer, and they would not get their raises, and it's not about that.
So you want to table it, Stu?
Well, I think we should all be clear on what the language
Sure.
is that we're voting
And
on.
I'm sure we can have that language
Yeah,
by our first meeting in January at least.
Yeah, it would not impact the raises for the
Would you
first of the
say
year.
that again, so everyone will hear
It
it?
would not impact the raises for the first of the year. We definitely could do it the first meeting in
So
January.
we're,
Henry, is there a best way to do that? I mean, is there a way of, can we see a draft of that before the next meeting so we can?
Certainly, yeah.
So we can make change?
Yeah.
okay.
Tammy sends out a draft agenda.
Do you feel like you've got everything that Chuck wanted on there? I mean, the change, the wording?
The only wording that I heard was adding to the sentence regarding the raises during the year have to be authorized by the city commission.
Yeah. That's
It's
all.
authorized by the city commission.
I mean, maybe we don't need to take, if that's what we're doing. I mean, I'm fine if everybody else is fine with it. I don't want.
Is it a
We'll
big?
still have to bring a revised ordinance before you to vote on.
But we need to have that by the first meeting in January, so we won't be holding up the raises.
Correct.
So I don't know if that, my motion was seconded, but I will.
I did.
What do we do now?
Well, you can.
Or we rescind it?
You can withdraw your motion.
Yeah, I would withdraw my motion.
And I would make my motion to table it till the next meeting
With the changes.
with the changes added.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Brooks.
You're talking yes to
The tabling?
the tabling and the amending, yes.
Brooks.
Yes.
Height.
Yes.
Mansell.
Yes.
Perry.
Yes.
Sigler.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kim.
That was item S. Moving on to,
That was G.
oh,
Okay.
G.
Now it's K.
Well, I've jumped ahead of everything else, so item S has already been talked about. So
Okay.
K, we're ready.
we're on K. Approval of staff request to purchase refuse containers from Elliott Equipment in the amount of $46,487 and authorize the mayor to sign the necessary documents on behalf of the city.
Good evening, Commissioner. I'm Kyle Davis. I'm the sanitation coordinator. Dexter's not here tonight, and he asked me to speak.
What's your name again?
Kyle Davis.
Okay.
So I asked for that one to be pulled just to get clarity, and actually, I wanted to be pulled so the people of Pittsburgh can hear that this program is actually working well. I've had several interactions with the drivers and the operators and lots of people in the city, and they love the fact that it's happening. I know the concern is out there about the rate. When I spoke to Dexter this week, he said the current customers are sitting at 3,358. The initial proposed numbers were 2,000. So there is a calling for it. I just want to make sure that people understand that that side of it's working. I do also want to caution, we're purchasing, I do plan to move this, but we're purchasing more containers for residential use is what this is.
Yes.
To be clear, it's not for businesses or anything else. These are just the small containers. Now, there were some questions on that.
And the rates aren't changing.
Not to my knowledge, no.
That's what
So you make
I'll make a motion to approve.
I second it. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, aye. All opposed, same sign.
Thanks, Kyle.
Moving to N. Approval of change order number 1 to the contract with Pitt Foundation Repair for the 616 North Broadway debris removal project in the amount of $62,579.25, making the overall contract construction amount of $311,579.25, and authorize the mayor to sign the change order on behalf of the city. I pulled this, Matt, and I've talked to you about it, and I asked you to come explain that, because change orders are normally, have to be approved by the commission, I believe. But this instance, you explain, go ahead and explain what happened.
So in this instance, again, we awarded the original contract to Pitt Foundation for the debris removal within 616. That was the scope of work that we had limited down to for this contract. Upon their commencement and the majority of the clean out of that debris, we were finally getting to see what was going on within that structure. In the northeast corner of that structure, the third floor joist had separated from the separated from the exterior wall, going down onto the second floor. The second floor joists were extremely water damaged, and they were not going to be able to be supported, thus creating a pretty bad situation in roughly the quarter of the building in the northeast corner, going into the mezzanine. So at that point, the contractor was there. They were expediting quickly on the contract. We did not have a meeting in between. We missed the meeting because of Thanksgiving. So this, to help facilitate a cost savings measure without the contractor remobilizing additional cost. He was already there. He had the equipment there. He was moving. We did have Christmas parades, everything else going on downtown where his work area was. We asked him to move forward with that demolition part and debris removal to get the rest of that out of there. That required was him to cut each individual truss and drop them separately and safely down to get the rest of that debris in that corner removed. And so we needed to, we made a conscious decision to move forward on that in expeditious and a safe manner, and just to help facilitate that work. So, and they promptly finished the job. We now have a clean box structure inside of there. There will be some future roof repairs that will need to happen on that project, so we're not done discussing it as we move forward. But that is the nature of this change order on moving forward.
So the hole's still in the roof?
Say what?
The roof is still unfixed?
There are still some holes in the roof. That was not in the, that was on the original when we bid it, was to do, and then we had the collapse, and that was all part of that. We got rid of all of that. The roof, the holes in the roof are pretty well limited. We're able to look up and see more of the structure now, especially where we can get into the northeast corner. We feel like they're pretty isolated, the structures around them, and we are working with trying to find contractors to give us rough estimates of what we need, and we'll have to go back and figure out what we're going to need to do on getting those repairs to get the building weather tight.
So how much did we pay Tri-State to start with?
Somewhere in the 20,000 range, 21 something.
Okay, and then we did 249 to clean the building,
Yep.
and then the change order of 60, 579. So how much is enough after, I mean, at what point do we cut bait or continue on or get a developer in there? And I know.
I think now, so at this point, obviously we want to continue. I would say moving forward, we're going to look for, again, we'll bring it, you know, as we need to. We're trying to get an estimate on who will go up there and repair that roof on the holes that are in that structure. I mean, the whole goal of this is to save a building front and not have a large gaping hole.
Right, and this
inside
is
of
all
Broadway.
not taxpayer money. There is a $200,000.
There is donation fund.
Donation.
Yes, there's been a commencement, and additionally with this, we had some additional commitment on that. I don't know that off the top of my head, but we had some additional commitment to carry on with this project. So we're, you know, that's really now, a developer could walk in that structure and see something. I mean, we're to the exterior walls. You can see the
It's
sides
safe
of the
to be in
space.
now for-
Yes, the trusses that were damaged and coming down, they're open. I mean, you can stand on the first floor and look up through the hole in the roof.
How
where
many
you couldn't
loads did
before,
they haul?
From both the southwest corner and the northeast corner. So all that debris is removed. The trusses that are there holding, the exterior walls seem to be okay, you know, but we couldn't, I mean, you couldn't see any of it before.
Sure.
So, yes, now, if you wanted to, I mean, we can start encouraging developers, we can walk people into that space, they can see the size of the space, what's left to deal with, you know, and we're still watching, you know, we're still, watching the front of the building, making sure there's no other issues that arise as we go forward. The roof trusses, for the most part, other than the parts that are damaged, appear to be in pretty good shape, looking up from the bottom. So we think there's still a salvageable part of the structure, for our community there.
Was there any breach of water into the building to the north at all?
Not that I'm aware of,
Because
but
they
that
spent so
doesn't.
much money on their business. I just wondered if there was.
I can't honestly answer that question. I don't think so, but that's probably a Dexter question.
Thanks.
If I'd like to go and see it, I'd actually like to see what's been done. Is that something I just give you a call, or is it Dexter?
Dexter actually has the keys to the building right now, and I believe he's looking to set up for Thursday maybe with you.
Yeah, Thursday at 10 o'clock, Malachi's gonna.
What was the original bid?
The original bid was just under 400,000, and that was for that was for minimal debris removal to facilitate stabilizing the trusses, the individual floor trusses that hadn't broken and fallen originally. And then whenever Tri-State moved in there, we had all that rain this spring, and it went ahead and collapsed, and that's whenever Tri-State, we decided to mutually separate with what they had.
So we're still staying within the bid range?
Correct. We are still under what we had originally approved, what you as a commission had originally approved to try to stabilize what was there existing.
And that 200,000 was still in play back then too.
Correct.
So we're at 311 currently with the change order, and then with the roof being fixed, we're gonna stay under 400, or is?
I don't know the answer to that question. We are trying to talk to contractors and get some idea of cost on that versus a total re-roof versus just patching the holes and trying to keep going, but I don't know any of the cost of that at this time.
The pit foundation's work is done. They're off.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
They are done and complete. So we are trying to make the best out of a pretty bad situation.
Can I ask about trying to sell the building? Is it out there, people interested in it? But I think we have to have the roof
Chuck, I don't know
on
the
it.
answer to that.
Yeah.
I believe Kim is working, Kim's probably the person to speak to that, and she is not here tonight, so.
That's all right.
But I mean, yes, that's the goal. I mean, we don't
Right.
want it just like anything else. I mean, we want an active, productive building back into use for our community.
Until this work was done, we couldn't even bring people into the building to look, so.
I think it says a lot about the city of Pittsburgh and what they're willing to do, and that there is no consequences for bad behavior of building owners either, which we need to change that. But good job, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt. After that information, I'm glad you explained it, Matt. I move to approve, item N.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Aye was in favor. Item O, approval of staff recommendation to award the bids for exclusive contract towing services for the period of January 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2027 to Beans Towing and Recovery of Weir, Kansas, based on their bid of $85 per tow and $15 per day storage, and authorize the mayor to sign the necessary documents on behalf of the city.
Good evening, Commissioners. The City of Pittsburgh opened up bid solicitations for our exclusive tow contract, which is a 2-year contract obligation. On November 25th, Larry Barrett's Body and Towing and Beans Towing Services were the only ones that submitted a bid that were open. They were still bids that came in. They were open publicly. Beans Towing had $85 a tow and $15 a day, and Larry Barrett's had $275 a tow and $40 a day. So based on the low bid, we recommended going to Beans Towing Service.
I just had a couple questions. They're asking to have that one pulled. That rate being so drastically lower, I mean, the city's saving money clearly, and you guys are very busy moving vehicles. The two questions primarily I had, where's the storage location for the vehicles that are towed located?
Mr. Beans has his home base, I guess, or his main business in Weir, Kansas, but he has a satellite just a little bit south of the 5 South Junction.
Okay, so everything's out of Crawford County where the vehicles come out of Pittsburgh, those?
Yes,
They don't
sir.
have anything in the city of Pittsburgh?
No, sir.
Is there any tax revenue tied to storage of those vehicles, long-term, short-term?
I don't know that. I can't answer that question. I'm sorry.
Well, it's coming out of the general fund to pay for that, is it not?
For us, but if it's stored there and then the individuals that are having the vehicles stored there, it may be different for different counties, I don't know. That's why I was asking about.
I'm surprised more people don't bid this, other than, usually it's just two. There's more people that tow,
Yes, ma'am.
or like on a rotation type thing, but.
Well, this is separate from our, like if somebody's involved in an accident, hey, you need a tow truck. Well, I don't know, I'm not from here. Okay, we got a rotating list we maintain.
Oh, you
That's
do?
separate. This is more for like directed, like we recovered a stolen motor vehicle, this car's been involved in a crime or something like that.
And then that was all I was asking, if it was located in the city limits of Pittsburgh, if there was anything tied to it that way too, but, and the tax stuff was a secondary question.
Okay.
That's all I had.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
I second it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item P, approval of staff recommendation to accept the grant agreement for the Emergency Solutions Grant from the Kansas Housing Resource Corporation in the amount of $97,363 to support homeless services within our community for a grant period of July 1st, 2025 through September 30th, 2026, and authorize the mayor to sign the appropriate documents on behalf of the city.
Hi, good evening. How can I answer any questions?
How we doing?
Good, how are you?
Not too bad. Reading through this, there's a lot of different movements and changes, so I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
This program's been stood up and we've used it for 12 years. We've used different agencies every year.
No, the last 2 years we used Community Health. The years prior we used Wesley House.
Okay, so is there a request process for somebody to, what's the process, I guess, to somebody get this grant and be able to use it in upcoming years?
If anybody is interested, so usually it has to be ran through a municipality, so we run, and then Crawford County also runs, so anybody outside of Crawford County, service agencies usually go through Crawford, and anybody within the city limits can come through us. We've never had anybody else interested in it other than the Wesley House and Community Health.
Okay.
But if anybody is interested, they would just need to reach out to myself, and then we can go through a process then, if there's more than one.
That answers a couple of things that I was going to ask you then. The next question is, so the reporting processes go through the parent agency and are pushed above. They do report to the city monthly and quarterly. Is that ever briefed back to the commission on the usage of the funding and what they actually do with it, or is it?
It can. It never has been, but it can. We do all of the reporting to the state, and then they report that to the federal government. So it has never been asked to be brought to the commission, but that is something that we can do if that's what you would like to do.
Henry, is there any issues with them reporting and bringing it to us to give us a back brief towards the end of the year on what the funding is being used for?
Oh, no. You're certainly entitled to a briefing on that.
The only thing we wouldn't be able to do is just give names.
Right.
So.
That makes sense.
Yep.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this with the amendment that the commission get a form of back briefing a month prior to the closing of the grant.
I have one more question. I hear you. The emergency shelter line is zeroed out. There's nothing there. The cold weather shelter and the money allotted, like last year, that was part of this last year, right?
No.
It was separate?
Yes.
Okay, so.
That is something that you guys have approved in the budget for the
Okay.
warming center. That
How
was
much
for
do we
last
have
year.
approved in the budget for that?
I believe you guys have approved 20,000.
20? Okay, so emergency shelter. what
It's
do
a more emergency warming center.
Right, but what is this?
This is nothing. We didn't apply for
Oh,
anything.
you didn't apply for, okay.
We didn't apply for
that's why I
anything
didn't
through
understand.
shelter. That's why it's zero.
Yes, ma'am.
So the only thing that we have applied for and received was rapid rehousing, which helps individuals that are homeless, homeless prevention, which helps individuals prevent them from homeless, and then community health has street outreach.
Okay, when you have rapid rehousing and homeless prevention, there's abuse across the board. It doesn't matter if it's this or HUD and that. Do you keep people from getting it if they've abused it? Do they go on a list?
Absolutely,
We have a motion on the floor.
I wasn't done asking the question, and I said I would second this, but I had a question. So thank you, Megan, for
Yeah,
explaining
but
that.
yes, we do. We do have a list of individuals that have abused the program in the past that would not receive it.
Yes, thank you so much. And I did second the motion. I just didn't have a chance to ask the question before he said.
Sorry, I cut you off.
No, you're great. It's all good.
So there's a motion to approve and a second.
Yep.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thanks, Megan.
Item S, approval of reappointment of Dr. Steve Scott to a second three-year term as a member of the Planning Commission Board of Zoning Appeals, effective January 1st, 2026, and concluding on December 31st, 2028. And I asked for this to be pulled from the consent agenda and placed on the regular, consider the following on item E, where we vote on individuals who interested in being on this board. So that would be we would appoint 2 members instead of just one. And so that's why I asked this to be pulled, to move that to where we're making these appointments.
So we would be voting on 3 members on this list of 4?
No, you vote on 2. There's 2 openings. You could vote whoever's the top 2.
Okay.
So you're wanting to move it from there to
To
over under, consider the following.
Yes. I make a motion to move that.
Second.
It's been a motion to move it. And a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And now, item T, approval of the appropriation ordinance.
Hang on,
Okay.
so, did we approve Steve Scott getting a second, or being eligible for a 3-year term, or do we vote to move, we just voted to move it?
Just move it and he can, he'll be with the.
So we didn't really approve?
No.
Right, okay.
Would be considered under the other
Okay,
item.
fine.
You're good with that?
Yeah.
Item T, approval of the appropriation ordinance for the period ending December 9th, 2025, subject to release of HUD expenditures when funds are received. Did anybody?
I didn't do it.
Oh.
I thought you wanted it.
No, it was on the first go-around. It was included in your first motion.
Oh, okay. So we've
I was
already,
under the assumption it was included whenever you approved all the
Okay,
first
cool.
stuff. I just
That's
said
all.
there was one over on the farthest page.
oh, okay, I got you. Okay.
Now, was that correct, Tammy? There were so many all the way to T, and I didn't know if was it included?
It was excluded from the.
Oh,
original.
excluded, I'm sorry, move to approve it. I thought there were so many.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item T. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Sorry for the confusion.
Motion
I
carries.
didn't mean that.
Moving on to public hearings. I guess I'm supposed to hit this. I open public hearing to a 2025 budget amendment the city of Pittsburgh advertised for a public hearing to be held on Tuesday, December 9th, 2025, at the city commission meeting commencing at 5:30 p.m. in the city commission room located in the Law Enforcement Center, 201 North Pine, to hear and answer objections of taxpayers relating to the proposed amendment used for the 2025 funds in the 2025 budget.
This is the public hearings.
Right.
This is the public hearings.
Public hearing. So does anybody in the audience want to speak about this in public hearing?
Missy should be able to explain in more detail what's going on with this, and then if people have concerns.
Sure, if that's what you want to do.
You capable of able to speak on this a little bit, give more background to this, to the people that are here?
In generalities, I do.
If you would, please.
Go ahead. Okay, I want to preface this with saying that I entered in the budget process when I started here, and it wasn't till late September, so I'm kind of in the middle of what happened, and then the final version of the budget. But I'm going to talk about the 25 budget amendment is what we're talking about right now. I'm just going to give some background. The budget amendments are, one, administrative action. Two, it's a standard annual procedure, and it's required by the state to align the budget with the actual expenditures. This year we had two funds requiring amendments, Section 8 Housing, or HUD, and Sanitation. The Section 8 Housing, the HUD, as expenditures increases, it really has a positive impact on our housing and in the community. So that's pretty standard. Sanitation, the commission approved expenditures throughout the year for additional trucks, polycarts, and the budget amendment is to align the previously approved expenditures with the budget. In the last 3 years, we've submitted, this is pretty standard, we've submitted amendments for special, Parks and Rec, Section 8, Property and Sanitation. I think if you look back another year in 21, there was also Section 8 again in 21, and also I think there was Special Highway Fund or something. So this is pretty standard. So for end of year.
All right, thanks. So yeah, when we submit the budget, we submit it at the fund level as kind of the floor where we have to control those expenditures. And in some cases, the funds exceed their balance, what we budgeted. In those cases, we have to make an amendment to allow for those additional expenses. And that's what's happened. It happens almost every year.
All right, so to be clear, this money's already been spent. We're just adjusting the numbers to make it match the budget assessment entirely.
That's right.
So the
That's
470
right.
on the sanitation, 470,000 has already been spent.
That's right.
Towards the program. Okay. I think that's where there was some confusion. If it was money that was being added to the budget for additional use late in the year, or if it was money that was already spent.
No, this is just to adjust to what has happened.
Okay. Thank you, Missy. I appreciate it.
All right. The name and address.
Christy Benner, 1508 Benner Court. I'd like to talk about the sanitation department numbers. Going back to December of 2024, we had just begun having established that department. So it was amended to $474,000, and in the 2025 budget book, the estimated expenses for 2024 were $443,909. And in the 2026 book, it says the actual expenditures for 2024 were $544,362. That was over $70,362. I'm not sure how you spend over that when you said that's your number. But going on to now, December 2025, in the budget book for 25, on page 89 and 120, you have the expenditure of $704,926. And on pages 35, 54, and 100, there is the number $756,291 to spend. And so in the 2026 budget on page 120, it says the estimated expenditures for 2025 are $671,689. So depending on which number you're using, you either have $38,237 left, or $84,602. And the reason for the discrepancy in the two numbers, 704 and 756, the operating services on page 95 of the 2025 budget, that 51,000 that's in there, and you add the 704,000 to it, then that gives you the 756,000, which should be the total that you have for this year. So now we go on, and there's been a bunch of money spent, and so now we're spending more for the polycarts tonight. And so for the years 2024 and up to December 1st of 2025, there was a total of 1,686 polycarts and containers. So now you have 2,479 polycarts. And the budget books from 25 to 26 say there are 5 to 8.5 positions in the Property and Sanitation Department. That includes a director of Property and Sanitation, an assistant director, and workers beginning in 2024. So that there was a $315,121 increase in personnel services from 2024 to 2026. And in the 2025 budget on page 89, the estimated personnel for 24 was 6, and the adopted 25 number was 6. Well, then in the 2026 budget, the 2024 positions said only 5. The estimated 2025 number was 8, and the adopted 2026 number was 8.5. So from the schedule of positions on page 48, that's what that was. But then the sanitation division page on 88 says there were 5 in 2024 and 8.5 in both 2025 and 2026. Those don't match up. And then the citywide personnel totals, there was 302 for 2024, and then 306.8 in both 25 and 26. But in your 2026 budget, it says there were 304 2 years ago and 307.8 in 25 and 26, which means those don't match either. So the city is now requesting the 2025 amended budget for a total of $1,175,000. So depending on which total expenditure to be used, that's $470,000 or a $418,709 increase to the budget. You have to ask why. And when there's so many discrepancies from the 2025 and 2026 budget books, how can commissioners approve amending this sanitation budget increase? We need to have the information showing the necessity for such an increase. Thank you.
Is there anyone else to speak in public hearing on this?
Hi, Roger Lomchek, 1147 South 220th. Try to keep this brief. So the document that I handed out earlier shows you on page 1 what the actual percentage of increased taxation from each taxing entity in the county is. If you look inside that big red box, you'll see that the city of Pittsburgh is bringing in, if the mill levy and the budget are left as they are, 8.5% more money than they did the year before in total tax revenue. If you go to the last 2 pages, those are actual property tax bills that friends of mine have shared with me. I've, of course, wiped off the personal information, but wanted you to be able to look at somebody's actual bill. I know when I spoke on that in the initial revenue neutral hearing, we were assured that it was only going to be something like a 3% increase in taxes, or even a 2% increase at one point was discussed. And we see here that the city of Pittsburgh, this is on the second box right here, this is the actual tax increase for this homeowner, which is in Woodgate. Their taxes for the city of Pittsburgh are going up 9.42%. The next one, somebody who lives near Lincoln Park, and theirs is going up 8.06%. That fluctuation, of course, is because of the changes in valuations. Everybody sees a slightly different percentage of valuation change based on them, and then the mill levy determines the actual dollars paid. But you're talking an 8 or 9% increase for those 2 houses that those people are having to pay, not the 3% that we were told. On top of that, going back to this thing, or rather on those statements, the little bitty square at the top shows you that there's actually a mill levy increase based on the budget amount. We were told that the rates were going to stay the same. The city's mill levy went up 1.152%. During during that hearing, I'm gonna quote the mayor when she was speaking. She said, "So let's be clear, the mill levy is not going up. We're not raising the mill levy." That's what Don McNay said at the meeting that we had on revenue neutral. When Darren was speaking on it, he said, keeping the mill rate constant is best practice and living off the growth. But we are not now. What's happened is, because the budget was so high, and because there were so many additional nonprofits, not just the hospital, because I know, Jay, you and I talked about that some at that meeting, you guys that knew the hospital situation that had factored that in, there were enough additional properties taken off the tax rolls that the clerk had to raise everybody else's mill levy in order to make up for that. I spoke with Lisa at the courthouse for a couple of hours over the last couple of days learning about this process. And so now what we're faced with, we're asking for more money still. When was that budget hearing that was passed? In September, I think?
October.
October? Okay, well, yeah. So you just passed a budget and we're already having to amend it because we're spending more than the budget. What's the point of a budget if that's what we're going to do? And the fact that we're going to amend it higher yet still, when we've already gone above what we promised the taxpayers at that meeting, which was to educate the public and hear their input on this, where the public was assured the mill levy was not going up. So with all of that as background, and these are actual people who have gotten tax bills in the city of Pittsburgh that went up 9.42%. That's a huge increase in the amount of taxes they're going to have to pay. And it was dismissed sometimes or phrased as just being a few cups of coffee a week, but that's a lot of coffee. And nobody's getting a 9% raise from their boss. Definitely nobody on Social Security is, as I know that person is. But with that, we're now being asked to raise the budget even higher for something that wasn't planned when we just passed the budget. What are we doing if we're continually modifying a budget just a month, 2 months after it was passed? This seems completely backwards to me in terms of proper bookkeeping and budgeting if we're having to amend budgets that rapidly. And in this case specifically, when already the taxes are higher, my recommendation would be that you actually go the opposite. And at the bottom of page 1, I have a couple of motions I would encourage you to make tonight. Number one option would be to ask the county clerk to report at the next meeting what the city's income total would be if the mill levy actually stayed the same as last year, which is what we were promised. And then adjust the budget as needed to stay at that mill levy. The alternative motion would simply be to motion to cut the city budget by $220,000. That's going to roughly bring it down to that same mill levy rate. I might be off by 10 grand one way or the other, but that's going to be pretty close, I think. You simply make that motion tonight. Don't raise the budget, lower it sufficient that the commission actually keeps its promise. And I realize DJ is new, he wasn't on that, but this is something we were told both by Darren and the mayor during that hearing, that the mill levy is not going to go up, and now the mill levy's up. So are we just going to treat?
To cut 220,000?
I'm saying don't. Yes, sir.
Where are you going to cut it?
If you all can't figure it out, then let me dig through the books. I'll bring somebody in that can understand the stuff, and we'll find $200,000 to cut.
I got a question for Jay real quick. I mean, so I want to be clear. I don't remember voting to raise the mill levy. We voted to exceed the revenue neutral. So I don't think we did both. So can you speak to that?
Okay, when we make the vote on the budget, all right, we put a budget together that, based on the valuation and the estimates that the county gives us, we'll keep the mill levy the same, all right? We don't pass a budget or propose a budget to you that's going to raise the mill levy. In the final analysis, when whatever the final valuations are, whatever the final budget comes out to be, there's a calculation that's done by the county, right, that does a final valuation of what the mill levy is, right? So I have to follow up and look at.
Sure, and I can kind of answer that question too a little bit, Stu, after talking to Lisa Lusker for a while. The legal process is that you pass a budget, as Jay said, based on the estimated valuations that you got, and then that budget is what the clerk uses to adjust the mill rate. Generally, it's just by a decimal point here or there to properly match the budget. But with the erratic property values and the large number of institutions or organizations which are exempt from property tax, taking more property off of the roll, that then has caused this problem where we've now lost a bunch more taxable property, which means the people paying taxes are having to pick up the slack. And in terms of just Lisa following her statutory duties, that means she just did the math and raised the mill levy, or she didn't do the math herself. She uses a software the state provides, I think, that tells them for this much taxable property, this is what the mill levy is going to be.
So it was the county that raised the...
No, it was the budget you passed. The county then is required to look at that budget and say, what mill levy will meet that budgetary process? And because the city of Pittsburgh has converted so many properties to tax exempt, that meant that the remaining people's taxes had to go up more, that the mill levy had to be adjusted higher. So my recommendation to you...
Is that, Roger, is that a theory, or is that?
No, that's statutory fact.
Well, no, I mean, the properties that we converted. I don't know.
I got a list from Lisa. I'm sorry I didn't bring it with me. It was I don't know, a dozen or maybe not even a dozen, 8 or 10 properties. One of them I think would be the former Best Hotel that's gone from a taxable property previously to a non-taxable. There were a number of others. I didn't recognize them all, and I didn't bother looking up.
But I mean, that was a vacant property. I don't think it was probably generating a whole lot of.
It suddenly has become something that we're having to raise the taxes. It was listed as, or I assume from the address that's what it was.
So I want to make note. We're in an open hearing for the 2025 budget amendment change, and we are discussing 26 budget currently. But it does roll into expenditures increasing, moving into what the next, for what.
And I apologize, I may have misunderstood that. Are we wrapping up the 20, we're wrapping up the 25 budget?
Yeah.
Yes.
So at the end of the year now, we've realized we spent more.
It still affects it, absolutely.
Right, it's gonna affect us going forward, okay, yeah.
I know you can't speak for Lisa, but did she give you a percentage of the increase or the change in nonprofits that it's making?
She gave me the list. She can, I'm sure, just call her, she'll email it to you. Like I said, it was a single page of 6 or 8 or 10 properties that were added in addition to the hospital. But so we're faced now, so here we are, I guess, let me rephrase that then. We're adjusting the 25 budget because we spent more than we planned. And now we're saying, by the way, we promised you guys we weren't raising the mill levy, but we are. And so here we are. So my recommendation, I guess, for the 25 budget, I don't know, the money's already been spent. Maybe we should have talked about that before we spent the money.
When we made the decision on the budget, the calculations all indicated, and by approval of the county, that it was not going to change the mill rate. So that was a change made after the action that this commission took, all right? So,
Does the
not by us,
confusion
not by
lay
us.
in all the different books, though? Are we talking about 2 or 3 now, or?
No, I think, isn't the final budget, that 2 or 3 page thing goes to the state, that's what the county uses?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
It sounds like the process is jumping the gun of giving our numbers before they match their numbers.
And it was a situation, according to them, where the number of properties that became tax exempt were sufficient that total value skewed everything. And so now we're in a situation where, in spite of what was promised, the mill levy's gone up. And I guess this maybe then is obviously not the motion for tonight if you're talking about 25. But since we're able to amend the budget, let's start looking at that real hard and figure out where we're going to chop $200,000 so we can actually keep our word and not raise the mill levy on top of already capturing a huge amount of growth that's theoretical at least. So, something to consider there. I guess going back to some of the stuff I'd mentioned earlier, I would really ask you to consider these motions on page 2 of this document about what we need to do to get clear line of sight. Don't just ask for an end of year report from the housing department, but actually ask how many people are they serving, where are they coming from, obviously anonymized, you don't need to know names. but how many people are we serving from out of state or from just out of the area? What are we spending money on? We heard the comment asking for the recycling center to give us more money. That wasn't in the budget either going forward. Now we're going to give them more money when we're already raising people's taxes over 8%.
We didn't say we were going to give them more money.
No, and I fully understand. I'm just, I guess, expressing my concern there that here we are in a budget amendment hearing, and there's no doubt there's going to be one next year as well. If we don't get a real hard handle on expenses and avoid yet more of this next year where we're going to be spending more money and we're going to find ourselves nothing but a bunch of nonprofits in town with nobody able to afford to live here.
I guess I'm going to ask a new commissioner question because I'm not tracking some of this. Does the city currently have this data somewhere that we're tracking in a database?
In terms of the number of people served and
the number of people served, the amount of nonprofits. Tammy, I know I asked for the document at one point to try to itemize how many addresses and businesses are a nonprofit in the footprint of the city, but do we own that somewhere? We have that available?
There is a list of, okay, are we asking about properties in the city that are tax exempt?
Well, those that are getting, what Roger's got on this list, those that are getting a discounted rate or that qualify under nonprofit that aren't on the tax rolls.
We can
503C1s.
We can put that together. There's definitely a not insubstantial. All the churches are that way. I mean, there's a lot of properties that have changes.
But we do have the data somewhere as well.
The county keeps that data.
Okay, I'll leave you be. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger.
John Lair, 1608 North Joplin. I want to know one thing. You promised that they wasn't going to raise the mill levy, and you did raise the mill levy. Did you get back with the commission?
Again, when we passed the budget, which is our action that we have to formally take, right? That was a rate that was not going to raise the mill levy, that based on all the estimates that we had.
The county may raise the mill levy, right?
No, you did.
No, we voted not to raise the mill levy.
But it showed up over 2 points that you did raise the mill levy.
No, the county
Yes,
raised the mill
No,
levy
you did.
because of the assessments.
You did. You don't know what you voted on then because you actually raised the mill levy.
How?
Well, I don't know how, but you did. Did you vote for it?
It was never said that we're gonna raise the mill levy, John. It was capturing we voted to exceed the revenue neutral rate, which apparently, after the county's calculations changed it. We did not ever, that language was never put before this commission, like, do we want to raise the mill levy two mills? And that never happened. So please don't say that we voted to do that. What we voted for was.
Because the mill levy is almost too higher than it was then.
And as Jay said,
did
the
they
county.
bring it back to you and tell you that, hey, well, we made a mistake?
No.
No.
Did they make a mistake? No, the county raised it.
No. You guys just want to raise it because you're the ones that approved the budget.
So I think.
Okay, the other thing is you got over $400,000 left from last year, and there's not much time left in this year. Where's that money going to go? You're wanting to put it into the 25 budget. Why can't you carry it over to 26?
Are we talking about the budget amendment?
Yeah.
Because we have to close our books this year with a balance in those funds.
Which books you going to close? You got 3 of them.
We're talking about our formal financial documents.
Huh?
That book is a report that comes out of our formal financial
Why would
documents.
you have three different budgets to do? I don't understand that.
Well, we have 2
The
every year.
taxpayers don't understand it either.
We have 2 every year.
Every year you have 2?
At least. We have the submitted budget and then the final adopted budget, at least every year.
That doesn't, well, to me, you need to bring more stuff before the commission, and the commission can say yes or no. Just like the city manager can spend up to $25,000. I think that's too much. Anything over $5,000, they ought to have the opportunity to vote on. What do you think of that?
It's for them to decide.
It's for them? Oh, yeah, you're going to put it back on them now.
So then, go ahead.
Ralph from Georgia, 2301 North Rouse, Pittsburg, Kansas. And was talking about some of the tax exempt properties that we've had. In the last 7 years, we have taken out 4 major properties in downtown Pittsburgh. And taxes were collected then, and now it's not. The university has taken these over, and they're tax exempt. Plus, how many parking lots they're going to put in that's going to be tax exempt. We got churches, we got schools, we got hospitals, and all kinds of hospital buildings that's tax exempt. I'd like to see a record of how many tax exempt properties are in the city limits of Pittsburgh. And by God, we need to let the citizens of Pittsburgh know that, because we have to pick up the slack on that. And it's just not right. We need to find a way to make some of these properties that's tax exempt to pay a percentage of that exempt property. And that university out there, I love it to death, but man, they got a free ride. We pay state tax dollars that funds them, and we got RLF funds that we put in out of sales tax, and the city gives them money every year. Millions of dollars. And who pays that? We, the taxpayer. And it just isn't right. We need to have some kind of control on that right there. If they can't make it on what they get. And another thing, if you want to look at Pittsburgh, you go Quincy Street and head on south, it looks beautiful. It keeps looking nicer. But from Quincy Street on to go north, the further you go, the worse it looks. And the north end of town, we're tired of it. We need some help, and we need some construction going out there, better roads, we need better facilities. And I think we got a commission now that I think will understand that and take care of the situation. Appreciate your time.
So does anybody else want to speak? Public hearing. So now we got to decide what we want to do.
You gotta close the hearing, right?
Nobody else? Somebody else?
No, I said you gotta close the hearing.
Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing. And now do we decide what we need to do now, or approve or disapprove?
Yeah, the amendment is what you're going to be voting on, the 2 items that are in that budget.
So the money for this has already been spent towards something the city's down for. So if we don't vote for it, then what happens if we vote this down?
We are out of compliance with our requirements.
You're too far from the mic.
Oh,
You need to move that.
sorry, I was questioning if the commission votes this down and doesn't approve the amendment change, then what happens next?
Well, then the funds go negative, and that's a violation of what our requirements are for a county.
We're in a catch-22. Things don't appear right. And that's where these differences in the budget are lying. And this money's already spent, so you have to approve it, but the budget books appear wrong, because you have so many. The numbers, like Christy was talking about, are different. People don't understand. It's confusing. So you feel like it's not on the up and up. And that, I think, is the general consumption, that people feel like this budget was thrown together, and I really don't know what to do here.
Does our finance director have any follow-up you want to?
I think it's kind of unfair, like she said, she came in this, on the tail end, it's not her, I mean, it's her responsibility now, but she had nothing to do with this prior to.
I think we, I'm not gonna go through what the spending or any of that. Basically, I'm gonna tell you the facts that I know. And one is the 2025, let's talk about the 2025 amendments first. We need to have this passed. We need to, in order to stay in compliance, like Jay said. The things that I see, Section 8, if you look back multiple years, for the last 4 years, we've had to do that. A lot of that is because of timing. We get reimbursed on the HUD, and so it's just a timing of how the funds come in and out. And it's not a lot. When you looked at the, I don't remember what the amount was on the difference, it's not that much. There's not much difference. So you have to think about, when you do a budget, we don't have a crystal ball. We do not know what's going to happen. We are doing the best case we can do in making judgment calls on what we're gonna have to spend for the year. I wasn't here doing this budget, but I'm saying, from my perspective, what I've done before is, we gotta use a common sense approach, and we have to say, this is what we think we're gonna spend. Now, if you're starting a business, I'm gonna skip over to sanitation now. You're starting a business, do you know for sure what that business is gonna make in year 1 or year 2? Or what kind of demand are you gonna have? You're guessing, you don't have a crystal ball. You do not know what's gonna happen with sanitation. You didn't know, we didn't know there was gonna be, this big blow up. And we started out in January of 25, we had service income of about $40,000, okay? By the end of this year, November, monthly, it's now almost 70,000. So it's almost doubled. So the demand is doubled. I don't know about the numbers, the polycarts, none of that. I'm not prepared for that. But I can tell you what the revenue was. The revenue was about 40,000 in January and 70,000 in November, okay? In order to, we have to service them. We can't just expect it to cover the cost on year 1 or year 2. How long does it take for a business to start off and to make money? What do they say, 5 years? 5 years. So we didn't know on sanitation what we needed until it happened, okay? And so, yes, we had to transfer money from the general fund into that to help pay for some of those capital costs. We originally bought 2 trucks, then we had to have a 3rd truck, right?
We bought 1, then we bought a second.
Okay,
Now, because
so
of
now we've
demand,
got,
we bought a
I
third.
think we've got 3 trucks on lease now.
Yes.
So, we've got 3 trucks, plus all the polycarts. So you've got a lot of startup costs that's been hitting your bottom line, okay? And so that's a bulk of it. Is it all of it? No. But as also, I think Dexter mentioned one time when we were talking, and I'm trying to remember back, but the cost for us to take that trash to the dump has gone up. You've got more trash, it's gonna go up. So I'm just saying that to close out 2025, we spent that money, and that money was on those capital expenditures. They all went through. You guys already approved them. It's just a matter of formality. We just need to sign off on the 25 budget, okay? The 26 budget, that's all I've got for the budget amendment. I'm going to talk about the 26 budget. I took a comparison and snapshotted the spreadsheet from the budget that was presented in July and laid it up against the one that was presented in September, okay? There's a few things that I noted, and I don't know if I've got them all here, but the state budget summary, if you go look at that state budget summary did not change. So basically I said, take this cell in this worksheet for July and the same cell in September's, bumped it up against, and there was 0 difference all the way through the state budget. So there's if you go out and look at it, there's not a difference in those, okay? And that is what we're required to file for the state, okay? The operating budget that was presented at the July meeting included changes made in the last moments, and they talked about that. There was some last moments before it was presented at the commission meeting. Among other minor changes, and the revisions, it included reducing the sewer rate. They had an increase in for the sewer rate because of the debt, but they reduced that because the debt service wasn't going to start till 2028. So they had an increase in the debt and the sewer rate. In the original one that they brought in, they changed that and made some changes. And I think Margie with AGH did a lot of that behind the scenes to help Darren out. But unknowingly in that, there's some formulas, and they've talked about this too. I think they talked about that in the September one of the September meetings, that the formulas in the worksheet had gotten overridden, they were corrupt, they were unlinked, and so when they were doing those last minute changes, those didn't flow through to balance the budget. Okay? So at the September commission meeting, management committed to making the corrections and recalculations to the operating budget and presenting it at a later meeting. Corrections were made to account for the balancing entries and errors caused by the corrupt worksheets. The final budget was the result of those corrections. I've reviewed those differences in the two versions. The state budget certificate had no changes. And then most of the other changes for the operating budget, I did the same thing. The July version, the September version, I bumped them up against. There were some changes. A lot of them were no net effect. There was an increase in revenue, increase of, just to make it balancing, okay? So I have to tell you, there was a larger increase, like 130,000 increase for the IT budget because of the website. So they did that when they made those changes. But all the rest of them, if there was an amount, it was a small immaterial amount. And most of them were, if there were larger entries, it was a balancing entry. So, you know, I have been and I will be available for any questions. I'll be at the City Hall if you have questions. One thing I can tell you is doing a budget on an Excel spreadsheet is not fun. You are touching so many numbers, so many funds. The city really needs a software that specializes in budget creation that can capture those changes and all of that. That's my...
I got a question for you. We have a workday, when was it, July, about the budget?
That was in May.
Huh? May, oh, May.
Okay.
Would it be more helpful if we had monthly meetings with, about the budget on each department and see where we're at on different things? One day in May, and then we approve the budget, when was that? October?
Yeah, I think the problem with trying to, do a budget, we're gonna start out in, April, doing the budget for 2027. 26 isn't even gonna be closed. It's just gonna be starting. It's hard to do a budget based on a year that's just now getting started. And there's so many things right now, as we all know. We talk about our taxes going up. What about all of our commodities that are going up? I think I heard Matt say something about chemicals. They've doubled, I think.
Well, just to stop you there, I agree with you. Everything what we buy as a city is went up.
Yeah.
But everything the taxpayers buy has also went up. So we have to keep in mind.
Absolutely.
Our costs have went up, but we need to think about the citizens' costs as well.
Absolutely, yes.
So.
And we need to be good stewards of their money.
Right.
I understand that.
The citizens expect the same service, whether the cost goes up or not. Right? Right. So, we know their cost goes up. You see it every day in your grocery cart. But if you expect the same services, at some point, the cost gets to the point where it's too much, then services have to be diminished somehow, have to be taken down. Now, then somebody's got to sit down, extra budget, outside the budget, and decide where we're going to take it down.
Right. And one of our largest costs too is personnel.
Yeah. It's always, in any business,
any business is personnel.
The biggest cost.
And those are hard choices to make too, but, okay, I think that's, if you have any other questions, I don't have specific numbers, but I know that there's a process in the budgeting, and to bring it to the commission until, it needs to be completely ready before. Normally, I don't think they have this many versions of the budget, but I think to make it right, they were trying to do the right thing in getting the numbers the best they could by bringing in a final budget and getting it correct.
Hey, in the audience, could we hold it down a little bit? We can't hear.
Got two places, one over here.
Thank you for coming up and explaining that. And we understand and appreciate that you walked into a mess, and we're trying to rectify that. It sounds like we're all in agreement that this budget this year was not put together in a position to where we could all understand it exactly right. And I don't know, Mr. Mayor, moving forward, I think the commission needs to be more involved in the budget process to keep us from having these jumps. The two combined accounts here that we've talked about in this amendment, again, the money's been spent. We do need to move this forward. It's over $700,000 in the last month of this fiscal year. We definitely need to rein this in and have a better idea.
The issue at hand, I'm going to move to approve the 2025 budget amendment.
Second.
There's been a motion to, and we've already spent the money.
Mm-hmm.
So we're kind of rock on a hard place on that one. Motion and second, all in favor of approving this amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passed. Thank you all for coming up and talking. Thank you for explaining the budget. And hopefully you're gonna be here this time next year, and we have a better grasp on one budget book, hopefully. Maybe we understand it a little bit better, but thanks. So, moving on to property tax abatement, Interplast Group, Pitt Plastic. The city of Pittsburgh advertised for a public hearing to be held on Tuesday, December 9th, 2025, at the City Commission Room, commencing at 5:30 p.m. in the City Commission Room located in Law Enforcement Center, 201 North Pine, to consider the request for a tax abatement submitted by Interplast Group, Pitt Plastic, 1400 East Atkinson in Pittsburgh. So I'm gonna open, this is a public hearing, right? I'll open the public hearing. All right, Blake.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. As your agenda packet says, we're here tonight to discuss a recent major expansion at Pitt Plastics, which of course is one of Pittsburgh's longest major employers in our community. They recently completed an $18 million expansion. If you've driven by it before, it essentially doubled their local footprint, which shows the confidence that their parent company, Interplast, which has multiple locations across the country, shows the confidence that they have in their Pittsburgh facility. So in order to incentivize those kinds of major investments by corporate employers in our community, the city has a longstanding policy to incentivize those expansions, and it's predicated on the capital investment and how much a company is spending on an expansion. So according to the city's policy and procedures, that schedule would allow for a 10-year property tax abatement, and I always want to make sure that anybody watching tonight, whether it's in person or watching online, it doesn't mean that Pitt Plastics wouldn't pay property taxes at all. It would just be on the new edition. As far as the old edition, they would continue paying what they were, but they just won't see that big increase to their property taxes for a period of 10 years. And that allows them to recoup some of that upfront cost, and quite frankly makes this facility in our community competitive when their parent company is trying to decide where they want to make those major investments. But we've got Mike Butler and Aaron Yar with Pitt Plastics tonight that can help me answer any questions. So I don't know if you gentlemen have anything to add in addition to what I've stated.
So, thank you, Blake. Good evening, council members. As Blake has stated, my name is Aaron Yar. This is Mike Butler. I am the general manager for Pitt Plastics and Interplast, and Mike is our local plant manager at the site. We're requesting approval of the tax abatement for our recently completed commercial project at 1400 East Atkinson. That was a long-standing investment. It did add a 200,000 square foot warehouse. That was the largest investment that we've made since the 1990s. And it allows us a storage space to continue pursuing increases in our production department. Pitt has been a cornerstone of the community since its humble beginnings with Gene Bicknell in 1972, and currently employs more than 350 people from Pittsburgh and surrounding communities. We respectfully ask for your approval of this request.
And what I will add, Mr. Mayor, is the city staff obviously was aware that Pitt Plastics was going to be making this request because it took a while to build that expansion. So that was not built into the budget. The city knew that this request was going to be made, so the city's not counting on any of that money. But with that, we haven't answered any questions before you open the public hearing.
I think most of us toured that facility. It's a great addition, so. And how many jobs you say do you guys employ now?
We have 350 employees local on site, and then the warehouse itself only added a handful of jobs, but this also gives us the ability to increase our extrusion capacity for more trash bags, and then that will lead to additional increases in hiring.
Very good, thanks.
Yeah, anybody have any questions for him?
Well, this is going back to the previous discussion of not how many places in Pittsburgh have a tax abatement, and here we are again discussing a tax abatement.
The good thing is it's 10 years, and it brings in extra jobs. So there's a cap on it.
And they've been in business since 1972 when Gene started the plant. I was the junior and high school, when that plant started, and it's been very, very good for the city of Pittsburgh all this time, so.
I drove by, a lot of people asked what was going on in there, and I didn't know, I had to ask questions too, but it does, I mean, it's an awesome looking building. I think it's gonna benefit everybody. I understand the taxes are tight right now and everything that's going on all directions, but I believe this is gonna help Pittsburgh and a business that's vetted and fortified in our community.
I'd respectfully move to approve the request.
We're still in
Oh,
public.
I'm sorry,
public
I'm
hearing.
sorry.
We need to see if there's anyone here that would like to speak.
So, does anyone in the audience like to speak about this? Come forward.
Last time I promised, I think. Roger Lomchek, 1147 South 220th Street. This is something that I think a lot of us probably support because we're seeing two things. One, this is, as was mentioned already, this is property that didn't exist in its current taxable form because they've made these significant capital improvements to the facility, and they're a major employer that contributes an immense amount to the local economy. So I think this is something that while there are people undoubtedly that are concerned about more tax abatements, it's not taking property off the rolls that has been paying taxes. This is property that, if I'm understanding this right, was not taxable at anywhere near this level previously because it was undeveloped. And so it's a pretty significant improvement, plus the fact that they employ so many people, which is a major boon to the local economy. We definitely need to encourage more stuff like this. The one thing I would ask is just that anytime we consider any type of abatement or deal, that we ask a few questions. What's the actual net benefit going to be in dollars? Can we prove it? And do we have it in writing? And how many people is it going to employ? Something that's doesn't meet those requirements. Maybe we don't need to encourage that so much, but things like this I think are a very good thing for the city and the area. Thank you.
Look like you want to answer that?
Yeah, I'll just add something, Mr. Mayor. The state requires communities like Pittsburgh, when you're considering a tax abatement, the applicant is required to do a cost-benefit analysis to show that the impact of the expansion is greater than the property taxes that you're abating. And so you have a copy of that cost-benefit analysis. It shows that the city clearly comes out, I believe it's 30% ahead in terms of what you would be abating. So that has been addressed, and we do that with every one of our property tax exemption requests to make sure that we look through the numbers and it is positive for the city. So that has been provided to you.
Thank you, Blake. Anybody? Go ahead.
Malcolm George, 2301 North Rouse, Pittsburgh, Kansas. On the tax abatement, how long will this tax abatement be for?
10 years.
2 years?
10.
10, okay. We've done a lot of these, and we did a lot when I was on the commission too. It is a good thing. Their taxes will not go down at all. As a matter of fact, I think they're going to get caught up on the new tax increase as well. But on the property that they're building or expanding on, they're asking for an abatement. In the long run, in 10 years, we're going to get higher taxes off of that building, and we're going to create jobs, which means there's going to be a lot more taxes from those people that move into the city. So I wholeheartedly agree with the tax abatement on this building.
Okay. Thanks, Ron. Anybody else want to speak on the matter? So I'll close the public hearing on this.
And I renew my premature motion to approve.
So there's been a motion to approve and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thanks for the information.
Good job.
All right, moving on to consider called Jolly Fox Brewery LLC considered the recommendation of Economic Development Advisory Committee to enter into an amended promissory note with Jolly Fox Brewery LLC for the current outstanding amount of their loan balance and an updated personal guarantee with Brandon Davis to secure the repayment of the amended note. Blake.
Yeah, good evening again, Mayor and Commissioners. This is a project that several people in the community are talking about. Obviously, as the agenda request mentions, it was back in 2019 that the city issued a repayable loan to the principals of the Jolly Fox to help build that building on North Broadway. Unfortunately for them, they opened their business in October of 2019. Then the pandemic happened. They never fully recovered from it. And unfortunately, the Jolly Fox as a business has ceased to operate. But during that time, the Jolly Fox is continuing to repay its loan to the city while they seek to find a new owner of the building. And Brandon Davis, who's with us tonight, has personally been repaying the city's loan and making sure that gets done while he seeks a new owner. At the same time that was happening, where Guadalajara is directly across from the university, that entire area has been purchased and is going to be redeveloped. So Guadalajara was told a few months ago that they would need to find a new location by February. And so they wanted to be on Broadway. They got in touch with Mr. Davis, talked about the Jolly Fox property, and they've come to an agreement. But in order for that to happen, which it obviously would be good because it would get that building back into use. It's a very prominent position right on Broadway, very visible. It's still a beautiful building. And in order for Guadalajara to be able to purchase the building, that does need city approval. So Mr. Davis came and visited with the EDAC a couple of weeks ago. And so the EDAC approved allowing that sale to take place. Mr. Davis will continue to repay the loan to the city, so it will provide a new promissory note and personal guarantee with Mr. Davis. So the city will continue to get their money back with interest, but it will also allow Guadalajara to relocate to right now a vacant building on Broadway, but again, that does require city permission in order to occur. So with that, again, Mr. Davis is here, and either one of us would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
What happened to the original promissory note with the three people?
They've had some changes, and Mr. Davis can speak to it. Those were with the Jolly Fox, and so maybe the Jolly Fox, those involved with the Jolly Fox may have changed, but this doesn't change that. This agreement is still with the Jolly Fox, but since Mr. Davis is the one repaying the loan, that's what the personal guarantee will be moving forward.
But the original promissory note had three guys.
There were three principals involved originally, but I don't think everybody is still involved with that project.
Yeah, the original promissory note was just with Jolly Fox Brewery LLC, and that will continue.
Personal guarees?
It was with Mr. Davis.
And there was three people listed at that time?
That's correct, yes.
So what happened with that?
That personal guarantee will be null and void upon entering into the new new document.
So at that time, it was, you said the pandemic. We've discussed this back before, and I don't understand how we could go along and not go according to the paper that it was written on. And I know there was hard times, but there was other people at times that got money from the city also. So if Mr. Davis is on, is he the only one on the promissory note now? What happened to the other ones from before?
The promissory note will still be with Jolly Fox Brewery LLC.
Okay, but Jolly Fox Brewery LLC, according to county records, shows it still as Joel Stewart. So I'm confused about that part.
So we've modified our operating agreement such that the ownership is myself and just the other original partner, and Joel Stewart's no longer an owner because he contributes nothing to what we've been trying to do to mitigate our losses and obviously get the building sold and get everybody paid back. So, this is just a way for us to kind of move forward with that piece of it. I personally would like to, obviously have everyone sharing the cost, but, I'm kind of stepping in and honoring the commitments and making sure things happen just so we can get this deal behind us. So that's where we're at right now. My other partner, he's helping with our first mortgage, which is not going to be covered up by how much we're selling the Jolly Fox for. So we still got some money to be paid there. So him and I just kind of agreed to split it up, and I'm taking care of this one, he's taking care of that one, and that's what we're going to do.
So the money that's being paid back to the city, the $200,000 plus the interest and everything, you've got an amortization of what they paid and how it's occurred.
Yeah,
so did it follow the guidelines that they signed the original documents? Did it follow that with what was written on paper?
We came back to you a couple of years ago when
the reset. You wanted to do the reset, and we didn't.
Yes.
We didn't ever vote on that. I didn't.
I think
Did we vote for the reset?
I think you had to.
No, I don't think we did.
Because at the time, we didn't realize that nobody was paying on that 200,000 for how many years?
Well, there, you know, at that very beginning stages, there were so many missed payments, and I don't even know if you were even involved.
No, I was.
You
So,
was.
you know, obviously, you know, 6 months into it, we get hit with the pandemic, right? So we had to close our doors for a period of time, and then, you know, we had deferrals from the SBA loans that we had and such, and you know, working with, you know, the economic development team and kind of being in communication with them as far as, you know, trying to rebound ourselves and having, you know, the opportunity to try to, you know, put money into the business, keep people employed, keep the business going to let it rebound. And then once we come to the conclusion that wasn't going to be the case, I don't know if that's, I mean, I don't know all the exact timelines, you know, effectively, but, you know, obviously our obligation has always been to color the city up and make sure things are made whole. And so in constant communication of that, once we came to an agreement of me starting to pay, you know, weekly payments of $500 a week to get an amortization to continue and get going again. Again, I don't know the timeline when we came to that agreement, but once we made that agreement, all those payments have been made. I've been making them personally.
So it was principal only, or principal and interest?
And interest.
Okay,
So
so
currently-
200,000 at $500 a week, so much goes the principal, so much goes the interest. So what is the balance right now?
The balance, Commissioner or Mayor Mansell had asked about that last week. I believe it's 168 is what the principal
We've been
is.
paying weekly, so I
he's-
don't know. I'd have to
Yeah,
look at it.
so
But
he's made a,
who keeps track of that in the city?
the city,
Yeah, no, but what department?
Fine.
finance.
So they're currently up to date on their existing agreement? Everything's where it's supposed to be?
Up to date as of when? Like from the past to the
Up to
present?
date is when we made our agreement to me start making payments.
He's been making regular payments for many months.
Maybe,
But what about prior to
Well,
that?
longer than that, probably about a year.
What about prior to that?
Prior to that,
The gap?
yeah, the gap period, like I said, we worked out a deferral or a non-payment based on the pandemic and the stuff we dealt with.
And so you worked it, I'm just trying to understand it.
Sure,
You
no.
worked out it with who? The finance department or
With
the
it.
city, or how did that work?
Yes. with the-
Okay.
yeah, with
I
the-
guess I'm just,
Yeah,
with the
I'm
team,
just,
the
yeah, it's
city,
not, yeah,
I'm just making sure that I know we're gonna get our money back.
absolutely.
With the interest and
Absolutely.
everything, but it hasn't made sense from the beginning, and I know a lot of it fell with the pandemic, and, you know, people had trouble. But there are people that still, not just you guys, that were in the same boat, that they continued to do what they were doing, and they didn't have the missed payments, and I think that's where it got confusing, and then it was like the paper that it was written on was, you know, they weren't following what they agreed to in the beginning, so that's where I was lost at, and
Yeah, no,
I asked a
and
lot
you
of
gotta think
questions
about-
back.
Yeah, and so, you know, the entity, you know, and I'm a minority owner, or was a minority owner in the Jolly Fox. So I wasn't running the day-to-day, I was kind of an investor and, you know, helping, you know, bring some to the community that we hoped would be successful. And so, stepping as a guarantor, you know, voluntarily to, you know, rectify the situation is basically what I've done here. Just because, you know, I value my relationship with the city and the community, and also, you know, we want to make sure that we move this building into something that's usable and, you know, obviously not a drain on us or the community as a whole. So the adjustment of this agreement too, I know it's been said, puts it on a 3-year term, so we're paying it off, you know, relatively quickly, and accelerating it and getting almost back on schedule to where we've been paid off originally.
So you're saying that if the building is sold to Guadalajara, are you renting it or selling it?
We're selling the building.
So if you sell it, does the city get their money during the sale, or
It
not?
does, I'm short selling the building, so we
Short selling.
we owe considerably more than what the building is appraising for. We, you know, put a lot of money in that building, but we can't, you know, sell it, we only sell it for someone
Well,
who
and
will buy it.
Guadalajara's not gonna use the brewery tanks.
Right, yeah, and so we're obviously trying to sell the brew equipment separately. Even as the building itself, we're getting about 50% of what we paid to build the building.
Well, I just want to say, I thank you for stepping up and at least making payments on the money that we approved to, taxpayers' money we approved to give you for that building, the 200,000. And I don't have a problem with you. I'm glad you, a man, is stepping up and
Thank
paying
you.
them. The issue I had was not knowing that payments weren't being made until Blake came with a new plan to wipe off the entrance that was owed and come up with a new agreement. And to me, we didn't know before how many payments was missed.
47.
47 payments, we had no idea. We approved to spend taxpayers' money for $200,000. And why weren't we told that they weren't making payments until they wanted to?
You were told. We were in a meeting right back there.
Exactly, Doc, after they weren't making the payments.
Right.
So, would you not have wanted to know they weren't making the payments until they weren't?
Well, sure, obviously.
Well, I mean, I'm approving taxpayers' money to be spent, and what do I tell them when we're not getting the money back that we approved that they said that? So, long story short, I don't want this to happen again. If this happens, we need to know when, and not just you, anybody that we give taxpayers' money to, and they're not paying us back. I want to know before 47 payments are missed. And I put that on EDAC committee.
I have a question. So, Blake, you said the gentleman's going to continue to make payments. Guadalajara is going to occupy and purchase the building. So Guadalajara has no ties to this repayment whatsoever?
No.
They're just
No.
free and clear of it?
Correct.
Okay, so what is the city,
So
we still have a secondary position on the mortgage to hold?
the city typically has a second position. As Mr. Davis said, given that he is selling the building at a loss, that second position doesn't mean much, because the bank that's in first position will get the entire sale price. Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to understand
Yeah.
better. So what
But
does the city have to,
we'll still have that guarantee on Mr. Davis.
well, what's the collateral for the guarantee that he's
We
going
could
to
go
pay?
after, we could go after him personally.
If he goes into
With
default?
in
and
any of
we're
his
on.
assets, yeah.
Goes into litigation.
Yeah.
And as long as you're paying what you're saying.
Yeah, no, well, I
Sure.
mean, because we entered an agreement, I've not missed a payment. and
Yes,
I don't
sir.
intend to.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, that's one of the questions I have.
Thank you for stepping up.
Is there any other questions for me? If not, I entertain a motion to approve.
A second.
I
I'll make a motion.
All right, I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to approve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. Motion carried. Thank Blake. Thank you again. Item B, lease purchase agreement, 2025 Public Works and Utilities Equipment. Consider staff verbal recommendation to enter into a 7-year lease purchase agreement for equipment for the city's Public Works and Utilities Department and the city Park Department with financial instructions providing the best interest rate and annual payments.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. As part of your packet, I believe you received, we went out to take bids for a number of different pieces of equipment to update our fleet overall. At the end of the day, we put it out for a 7-year lease. We received 11 bids, which is great, with a 3.7% interest rate. So we're looking at, and I'll be happy to answer any specific questions you have, but Clayton Holdings was the low bidder on Friday out of 11 bids, so which is the holding company of Commerce Bank, so which we've done a couple other lease purchases with, and that would be our recommendation to move forward this evening. With that, I'll
So
answer
even
any
though you're
questions.
buying them from other places, Clayton
We are
Holdings is the one.
buying, Clayton Holdings will hold the note for everything, but we are buying multiple pieces of equipment utilizing STCO and utility operating for the related departments.
I bet you'd like to have 11 bids on all the things you do.
People like me, I don't know.
Matt, all
No,
this equipment you're
it's a
replacing.
great deal.
All this equipment you're replacing,
Yes.
is the old equipment that we have now still operational?
Let's see. One of the big pieces of equipment that we're getting is the oil distributor, their tack truck for a street department. That's 25 years old. We've done a couple of large repairs on that piece of equipment. We will keep it until it's just absolutely dead as a backup, because between us and the county, we still need it from time to time, so we won't put it out for salvage immediately. But it's dying. It's 25 plus years old. The The rubber tire loader, which is another fairly large purchase, we originally had a Dreiser loader and a Komatsu that are both dead. They're both done. They were bought in the early 90s. They're both gone. We replaced one of them with a small case loader to get us by because we knew we were on borrowed time anyways, and now that time has come to replace that. One of the backhoes for our utility department, that is, we will pass down. Right now I'm holding a note for $26,000 for a streets backhoe to be repaired with a transmission, so that will go to the street, and we will pass the one from water distribution down as a secondary backup for the street department. The other alternative backhoe for the parks department, that's a John Deere that's bought in the early 90s. This is time to go, so it'll go to the street. Can't think off the top of my head what else I have, but the majority of it, yes, if it's done, it's done.
So what do you do with it? Do you put it on Purple Wave?
We'll put it on Purple Wave.
So,
Yep.
yeah, you'll get something for it.
Yep, we'll get something for it.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, actually the Mini X that's going to replace for the Parks Department, that was the one at the cemetery. It's dead. It's actually already been sold. There was no repairing it. It was 40 years old too, so it's already actually gone.
Yeah.
So.
All right, thanks, Matt.
Yep.
Is there a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve.
Been a motion to approve, is there a second?
Second.
So it's been moved in second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mayor and
Thanks, Matt.
Commissioners.
Item C, Fire Station Number 1 HVAC System Upgrades. Consider staff recommendation to enter into an agreement with Satterley Plumbing to implement a replacement HVAC system to provide enhanced efficiency and reduce maintenance at Fire Station Number 1 in the amount of $206,139.
How long has Fire Station 1 been in existence?
2008. We
What?
moved in. We moved in 2008.
2008?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're looking at 15,000 plus, give or take a few pennies, for each of these HVAC systems,
Yeah.
correct? Are there,
Give or
the others-
take, yeah.
The others are not serviceable?
That is all of the units.
What?
That is all of the units in the building. They are toast.
There are 13 units,
Yeah.
17.
so you're replacing them all.
What's that?
17 years?
17 years.
17
17 years, yes.
But we're only replacing 13 according to what the thing.
Yeah, they're more efficient than they are now, so we can service more rooms with single units and so forth.
So, we don't have 13 right now, do we?
No, we've got a completely different design.
This is a different, different.
Yeah, so in 2008, when we moved in, we had a boiler and chiller system with a cooling tower. We're abandoning that as the cost for the boilers and the cooling towers that have started to fail exceed the cost of just replacing with individual units. Some of the plumbing in the building has started to degrade. It's got rust and metal in it. So it is more efficient to go to individual units, energy-wise. So it's not an apples to apples. What we had before, we had 5 units that could do the whole building, but now there's 13.
So this is gonna make it healthier for the firemen that are housed in it. Not only
Absolutely,
just,
yeah.
economic.
Yeah, over the last 3 or 4 years, we've had a lot of situations where, they've had to sleep in different rooms and so forth and huddle up together because the units just had failed and we were waiting on emergency repairs. We've done the best we can with the boilers. We're still gonna maintain one of the boilers that's running pretty well for the ice melt, for the drive, for the apparatus. But as far as living quarters and so forth, it'll all be brand new.
So in the process of switching over from the old degraded unit to the new units, will there be time where the firemen aren't in the station? Or
No.
not to be, it'll be
No,
manned the
we
whole
should be
time?
able to do this perfectly in line.
What's the window of time for this to be?
At 90 days is what Satterley said that it would take for them to get it all done, which is kind of puts us in our sweet spot. The equipment will probably show up closer to February if we get it, placed by the end of the year. It won't take them that long after that.
And you'll make it through the winter.
Wow.
So as a sidebar here.
Yeah.
Station 2's HVAC system, when you did the repairs recently.
Yeah.
That wasn't included there. The HVAC was not included on, like, Station 2.
Not on this bid.
No, I
proposal.
understand.
Yeah.
I said
No,
just
it was.
sidebar.
They were all replaced at Station 2 when we remodeled and
The heating and air
rehabbed that.
system there?
Yeah, they have all brand new units, air scrubbers,
Okay.
ERVs. the whole works, all new ductwork as well.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Forgive me
Okay.
if I
Sorry.
misread this, but is the money paying for this adjustment coming from the safety?
No, this is coming out of the building contingency funds that were left from the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think when they spec'd that building out, it was supposed to be like, you know, the greatest fire station ever, and it didn't hold up like it?
I think that original system was,
Was it state of the art for its time?
I think that was.
It was appropriate from an engineering standpoint.
Was it?
I'm not sure it was 100%
17 years
implemented.
doesn't seem like a
the
whole
well,
lot of
but
time for the amount of money that went into that. So.
It takes a lot to keep it up and running. It's a large building, and the apparatus, it takes quite a bit. So we feel like this is our best chance to keep our people and the
Sure.
building good.
Good.
And we did go to bid, and we took the low bid. So.
And Satterley's been their.
Oh, yeah, Satterley's been a great partner for the city.
They're the ones that installed the original system, correct?
They did part of it.
Part of
They've done part of it, yeah.
So you're talking about the chiller, the big unit that sits outside, is that
Yeah.
gone? That will be gone?
We shouldn't need that anymore for the residential units. They'll all be like a mini split. There'll be a concrete pad poured up behind the building where you'll see the units.
Will we incur a cost to take the chiller and all that down?
It's included in this.
It's included, okay.
Mhm.
Any other questions? Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve the upgrades.
Second.
Been
Thank you.
moved and seconded 3 times. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Jeff. Item D, Heartland Business Systems Agreement. Consider staff recommendation to enter into agreement with Heartland Business Systems for the implementation of a replacement data center, disaster recovery environment, backup solutions, and various switching improvements in the amount of $1,139,903.65 through a lease purchase over a 5-year annual cycle.
Mayor, Commissioner, thank you. Over the last 15 or 20 years, we've been in a replace cycle with doing our data center every 5 years. We've done it on a lease purchase and so forth. 7 years ago, that lease purchase ended on the existing data center that we have, and we started building a proposal at that time to kind of replace it. At that time, the industry had some pretty major shifts with some of the software and hardware manufacturers not getting along so well, and prices just went through the roof, to a point that we didn't feel that the design, the proposal, or anything, that it was really that sustainable for the city of Pittsburgh. We thought at the time that it would probably be resolved within a year, and that the industry would be there. We're 2 years later, and that has not really happened. The costs are still extremely high and through the roof. So we decided to take proposals for a brand-new design from our existing partner that we've done this with for the last 15 years, and a couple others. We received 2 proposals, one from Heartland and our incumbent. We're here to select Heartland's proposal. With that being said, our existing system is 2 years out of warranty, 2 years out of support, and 2 years out of updates. But we figured the cost factor was, we can handle that for a while. Well, we're kind of at our end on doing that, so we have to make a decision. This proposal is a little different than what we've done in the past. We have designed the system to move away from the partners that sort of abandoned us with the costs. So we do have a new partner with us at this point. It would be spread out over a 5-year. If it was approved tonight, we would go out to a lease purchase, get that, we would come back and it would have approval for that. It's not out of line with our costs. We actually reduced our cost from what we would have done 7 years ago, and we're getting quite a bit more out of this. What this proposal does, I think Mr. Lomchuk had mentioned at the beginning during public input, why we would do things and have things here on-prem rather than just in the cloud. And it's almost 100% of cost savings to keep it still
some of it here. Most of our systems are critical systems. We are migrating as quickly as we can. Our financial, our law enforcement, our email, our phone, those are moving to the cloud. Those are not cheap when you move to the cloud. They come with an annual reoccurring cost that is far greater than the cost of running it in-house. But there are advantages. So all critical systems, we're moving as quickly as we can to do so. We actually sized this data center to be a little smaller than what we've had in the past because we have offset quite a bit of our compute and our storage. However, there are still quite a few things that we just have to do in-house. In-car cameras, body cameras.
What bucket does this come out of?
Public safety sales tax is what we've done in the past, because the majority of the cost for this is for public safety.
So it's a 5-year.
A 5-year commitment on this. This new system, the Nutanix design with Heartland Business System, which I have 2 people here, one from Nutanix if you have any questions, and one from Heartland. They can come up and answer any questions. It's not every 5 year you just have to replace and kind of move in that direction. It's more incremental. We can adjust accordingly during our time. So it kind of scales with us up and down, which we're obviously kind of scaling down from the on-site to the cloud. So we feel like this positions us better for the future. It is a sizable amount of money, but it's appropriate for the 2 proposals. We've selected the cheaper of the 2.
Jeff, if you're gonna use the public safety sales tax, I assume that means the law enforcement software and, like you started to mention, in-car video and body cameras. I assume probably some video cameras as well across the city. They're probably the biggest user or?
Oh yeah, the lion's share of storage and compute comes from there. There are other things that you have ancillary impacts. I mean, if I was designing this just for a water utility, it wouldn't be a fraction of this. But we are in a data-driven society with law enforcement, fire, and so forth, and those require for emergency 911 and dispatch, top of the line first grade equipment that you can rely on.
Did I hear you wrong though? Didn't you say you're moving law enforcement to the cloud?
Some of the law enforcement, like our New World software
Right.
that we share with the county and Pitt State, it will be hosted up into the cloud. However, a lot of the other resources, like for video storage and car cameras, body cams, drones, that all just has to be stored somewhere, and paying a monthly rate to store it somewhere else rather than having it here on much cheaper storage. Now, this proposal, one of the questions asked was our backup is why wouldn't we have a backup in the cloud? This proposal absolutely does that. It does a backup on site. It replicates it to our DR, our disaster recovery, and then it pushes it to the cloud. So you kind of get that trifecta of, if we have a disaster here at this building, which is where our data center is, we can roll locally to our disaster recovery. But if we have a global outage or so forth, we could always go to the cloud and recover our data.
Did we go to a bid process on this?
Not necessarily bid, it was a request for proposal to get the proposals.
So in the past, we've used Dell Technologies,
We have used Dell Technologies.
but we haven't bid this out yet.
We did, Dell actually submitted 2 or 3 proposals to us for this. We did not select Dell.
The other thing, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
go ahead.
go ahead. No, we did not select Dell this time due to the costs and frankly, the partnerships that they have had with us with VMware, which is the virtualization technology. That whole debacle is why we're exactly where we're at right now, 7 years after the fact. I'm not really for sure VMware really wants us to be their customer.
So what we're saying is we're gonna dip into the public safety fund for $227,000 for 5 years.
Right.
Is that gonna hurt the fund at all?
No, that's what we had been doing for the previous 15 years. We actually just haven't dipped into it at all for the last 2 years. We've just kind of held our ground.
That money's been coming out of the, I'm sorry.
It has always been coming from that source.
So, yeah, where are we set?
We're projected to have about $1 million in surplus in that fund.
And when is the rotation date on this current safety fund? When does it expire?
We got about, I think we have 7 more years.
7 more.
What is it generate?
Yeah, we're within that.
How much does it generate a year?
Yeah.
$2 million a year in public safety sales tax.
Mhm.
And Jeff,
Yes, sir.
I know you said it was a request for a proposal.
Mhm.
I would have liked to seen what Dell's proposal was, cost-wise.
I can tell it to you. It's not exactly apples to apples to what we selected. It was 1.5 million, I think, or 1.2 million. Yeah, so it's about 100,000 cheaper with Heartland. But the apples to apples component to this, we are not getting a full-size DR with the Dell proposal. We're going to have a production environment that can handle all of our needs. Our DR site would be about 60% capacity. So we're going to have to make choices if we go to a disaster scenario, what we can turn on, what we can't, because we don't have 100%. The solution we've proposed with Heartland, it is 100% across the board. We also get top switching, which wasn't included with Dell. So there's, if you were looking at apples to apples, I mean, that number could go up another $500,000.
Were those
easily.
the only two in the RFPs that submitted
Yeah.
proposals?
Yeah, and we had different variations from each, like with the Dell proposal that we received, there were different options on that, like how do you want to do your cloud backups and so forth. But apples to apples is
How long will it take to implement this?
probably about 60 days after everything comes in. It really won't take that long. There's some process of migrating from where we're at to this, but we don't anticipate that taking too much longer than a month and a half,
Hey, Jeff,
once the equipment shows up.
help me understand something. When you put it out there for bid or pool
Or
or
proposal,
whatever,
yeah.
how do you draw from, I mean, do you have so many days or months that sits out there and you?
Oh,
people
we've been
see it?
we've been working on this design proposal for almost a year and a half.
But when you put it out there for people to see and say, companies and say they want to bid on it, how long is it out there before you close it?
We didn't, we let it stay open for almost a year and a half, just waiting for people
To see
to,
if anybody would pick it up?
yeah, we had two. And honestly, it's a pretty unique system,
Yeah.
but design-wise, so it's pretty hard. It's one thing to bid a Caterpillar truck or an HVAC, but
Sure.
a custom design build.
So during that year or whatever, how much has changed since when you started compared to now? So
Night and day.
Are you behind the
No,
game?
no, actually, we're pretty ahead. We're feeling pretty comfortable with this solution. Our staff isn't really as well versed with the Nutanix solution, but built into this proposal is the training, the hand over the hand, and the migrations. So I feel like it'll come on pretty easily.
That was gonna be my question. This is going to be over a 5-year lease purchase. So you're not gonna come back in 6 years from now and say, hey, we got another, something that has been out there a lot better than this.
Well, I hope there's something a lot better in 5 or 6 years. Hopefully, we have a lot less stuff on premise. There will always be better and newer improvements in the technology world 5 to 7 years
Can
from
this
now.
be updated as we go?
This proposal with Nutanix, there's a certain amount of incremental upgrades we can do as we go, but the age of equipment is just the age of equipment. It's like a 25-year loader for Matt. When it's done, it's done. This equipment will last longer than 5 years, for sure. That's just what we've done in the past.
So it just gets you that far into the future, and at that time, whenever you see it slowing down, then you start looking again.
It is. We've had a really good run with our current proposal, our current system with Dell and so forth, but it's aged out. I mean, we're starting to see failures and recovery points, and you can't get the security updates anymore, and just, we really start getting our hands tied, and our options are pretty limited if we had a major hardware failure at this point, being out of support.
Well, one thing about this coming out of public safety sales tax, it's just not paid for by the property tax payers in Pittsburgh. It's paid for whoever comes to town and helps pay for this thing, so
yeah,
that's a good deal.
People are still paying, citizens are still paying for it, though.
Right, but other citizens, not citizens, but other people
Right.
are also help paying for it.
We've got two different organizations here to pitch their want and need for this, and you've kind of suggestively decided out of the two which one you want to go to. This is a grand scope of things, and so our current system right now is still functional. This is not an urgency nightmare situation.
No, we're out of support. We're not getting software updates from it. If we had a major hardware failure, I'm not sure we could get replacement parts very quickly. We could be substantially down for a period of time. So there is a certain amount of urgency, but it is running well, to what you're saying. So, but it does need addressed.
So what's the cost to take that system out?
That's included in this.
That's included?
Absolutely turnkey, yeah.
I would like to hear from both companies, both groups, to hear what they had to say, but the complexity of this, I think maybe I need more time to look at it. In my opinion, again, I'm new, but I would like to have a little more sit-down time with you and,
sure,
you know, in this environment, but we'd like to maybe just, I don't know, piece this together so it's not just, you know, a short brief. But I would like to hear what they have to say.
Sure.
Is there enough time between now and the next meeting?
Say again?
Is there enough time between
Are we
now-
going to have another meeting in December?
We haven't got that far yet.
Well, we would like to have it, something inked in place pretty quick. I mean, yeah, I mean, if we have another meeting before the end of the year, we could get it back on there. We could probably do that pretty easily. If we have to wait another month or so, I mean, that's a lot more risk, because sometimes well, it's just a matter of time.
But you've been risking for 2 years.
We've been risking for 2 years, pretty hard. But the proposals have come down in price quite a bit too, but they're still pretty, it's just the way it is, I guess, so.
Well, how long, he can come up, but
Oh, yes.
how long is this price good for?
I'm not sure, you can probably, 30 days.
30 days?
This is Scott, he's with Heartland, and that's Mike, he's from Nutanix, the software and hardware manufacturer, if you have any questions.
Well, let's hear your spiel.
I'm Scott Masterbrook, I'm the general manager of Heartland Business Systems. We're an IT services company, we sell hardware, software, professional services.
Can I stop you for a minute? Have you ever worked with the city of Pittsburgh on anything?
Yes, at a former employer.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, at a former employer, Converge1.
Okay.
We did work with this team.
That's one thing that he hasn't talked about, is that there's technology movements, there's also personnel movements.
Okay.
And we keep track of that.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
It's pretty fluid in our industry right now.
So go ahead.
But yeah, Heartland Business Systems, we're headquartered in Little Chute, Wisconsin. We're a privately held company. We've got about 1,000 employees, and it's a very, very talented organization. But we work with all the manufacturers, including Dell, so they're a strong partner of ours as well. And just in this situation, the Nutanix solution seemed to be the best fit. And any technical questions, I'll defer to Mike. But any questions for me about Heartland Business Systems?
Who's your primary customer, like education or municipalities or?
We do, we have a large commercial and enterprise presence, and we also do a lot of SLED business, state, local, and education. So we do quite a bit of public sector business as well.
So this type of system, have you implemented one of these in these parameters before?
Oh, yeah.
And so there's vetted information out there that it's working and
yes,
this made sense?
Yes. One of the transitions that you were referring to, where Dell had a part of their business, VMware, that they sold to Broadcom, has driven companies like Nutanix to be a really good fit as a replacement for Dell.
I used to work for Dell. I've been in this industry now for about 15 years. I was on these guys' side of the fence working at KU Med Center. I'm from Olathe, so I just drove up this evening, and I've seen this, personnel changes and company changes, and so when I first started doing this, I got kind of jumped the fence from being in the public space at KU Med, worked for the state. I didn't really know what to expect. I understood budgets for physicians group, and it's nonprofit. But everything that they've been talking about today is kind of on par for the industry. What you're seeing is unfortunate. Being at Dell, I was there for 8 years. I tell folks that 7 years too long to work at Dell. It's a really ginormous company that wields a lot of power, and I respect Michael Dell, but as things get bigger, it's harder to look out for the smaller folks in general. Their largest partner is called Broadcom, and it used to be another company called VMware, which was the darling of our industry. And what happened over the series of years is that they were bought and sold many times. Michael Dell bought them at one point and owned them. It was a great partnership. Y'all were the benefit of that partnership. What happened is when Michael went back private again, he bought his own company, right? He spun off that arm, which was VMware. And Broadcom, who's kind of world-renowned for just screwing stuff up in our industry, bought them. And that has been just a nightmare for small businesses across the planet. If you're not in the Fortune 20, they don't really care about you, unfortunately. And I hate to say that because I've been in this industry a really long time, over 40 years now. And they were, like I said, they were the darling. The company that I joined 6 years ago was a startup, 6 years before that. And we didn't have any intention of competing with VMware. We were their #1 partner. And we went to the government, and we met with the government, Department of Defense, and they said, hey, we like your solution, but we don't like VMware's product because it's an insecure product. And they said, what can y'all do? And our founder said, hold my beer, and went back to California and wrote a competing product. And at that point, we've been maturing that for right on 13 years now, to the point where we're now able to compete hand in hand with VMware. But just so we're really clear in this room, we don't compete with Dell. They're our partner. They've been one of our longest partners in existence. In this instance, we are kind of competing with Dell. It's unfortunate. They've chosen that path, and that's their prerogative. But what we offer you guys in the city is the ability of freedom of choice from a hardware platform. My company's not a hardware platform any longer. We used to be 15 years ago, but that's how you get to market, is you have a box and some software. We don't do that anymore. We're just software only. So if you wanted to, today the solution is built by a company called Supermicro that make servers, pizza box, basically, you put in. But let's say in 5 years that you weren't happy with the pizza boxes, or you want a change of what it looks like, you can buy Dell, put it right in, and our software works just fine, and it's identical, it's the same. There's no downtime anymore. So that's kind of what we do differently, is give you the freedom of choice of hardware, and make it seamless so that you're not having to spend, you don't have to spend every 5 or 7 years a big budget item. If you wanted to, you could budget this very strategically year over year and grow it a little bit at a time, or de-increment it as you need. And as you de-increment and you want to go to the cloud, our software works in the cloud as well. You don't have to rebuy a license. You can just move that to the cloud and use the same, the guys are going to get trained on our solution. That skill set transfers to using it in the cloud. So that's kind of the value of what we bring there, is just ease of use, simplicity, lower power and cooling. All those things there. So.
It looks like the majority of the costs in the itemized list would be licensing. I mean, that's the lion's share of the cost of the project.
That's true.
That's true on both proposals.
Right.
I mean, that's
Broadcom is the same way. Our licensing model works very similar to theirs. It's no secret everyone has a subscription service in our industry now. I'm not a big fan of that, but this is the way it works now. But just to give you a scope of this, the city of, the city of Topeka uses our solution. Kansas City Traffic uses it. City of St. Joe, Missouri uses it. Wichita Public Schools, whom I know really well, they were my former customer, current customer. Blue Valley School Systems, the list goes on. We have a lot of municipalities and cities that use our solution. It's very cost effective that way. So you won't be alone, let's put it that way, in the region. So we continue to grow that. Questions on this licensing? Does that make sense what I was saying, guys? No, sir, it doesn't make sense? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I saw a head shaking there. I'm like, oh no, what did I miss there?
Any other questions?
I don't think so.
what was he wanting?
So I think it's the broad spectrum of this and the amount. I mean, we're looking at pulling a quarter of public safety fund only for 5 years on this new system. I would like to see, I guess, maybe I don't know, just a walkthrough of how this will work after a presentation essentially of your services as a completed product. Is that normal?
No, that's a fair shake. I appreciate what you're saying is like, hey, you want to be able to see what you're getting ahead of time. I can appreciate that. That's very budget conscious, and I think it could be provided for you. So it may not be me doing that. It might be another group, but
you're going to be around for a while.
Well,
Yeah,
I live in Olathe.
Neither of them are going anywhere.
I live in Olathe. My counterpart lives in Overland Park, who is your representative. I'm here. He's in California being trained today, so I'm here as his representative and for y'all. So I drove up for that.
So, and I know you will, but you will spend time with our staff training them on this new.
100%, yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, actually, part of the design was we asked for them to do it hand over hand with us, so kind of train the trainer. We'll be involved during the whole process, because ultimately, when they're done, we still have to maintain it and support it, at 2 o'clock in the morning. So we'll be involved the whole time.
And our support staff, the way this works is I cover enterprise space in Kansas City, so H&R Block, Garmin, those folks. And Bill, my counterpart, covers state and local government. Anytime, and I'll put this in perspective, today I'm sitting at my computer and I get a ticket saying it's priority 3, it's a lower end priority, from Kansas City Southern, it's one of my customers.
Yep.
And so I'm very attuned into when Kim submits a ticket, he puts a P3 on it, I don't have to call him. I know I've got a great support staff that handles these things for us, but I always call my customer. I know Bill, my counterpart, does the same thing for his customers. Whether it's a P3, low-end ticket, or P1, which means my hair's on fire, I gotta do something about it, that's why mine's gone. Basically, we as engineers, local, love to, white glove our customers as best we can. Even though we have support staff that do it full-time, we get involved. Because it's these interactions face-to-face which really matter the most.
So I'd like to entertain a motion to table this item in lieu of getting a deeper quality explanation and presentation of this service and how it'll affect the changes.
The only thing I'll say about that is I mean, this is one of those situations where I can see a presentation, and honestly, if it's much past a power button and a mouse, you're going to be over my head. So, I mean, this is one of those things where Jeff and his staff's been working on it for over a year. I personally feel like this is where we trust our department heads and employees to know what they think is best. And this isn't a want or a need. It sounds like this is a need. So that's just my 2 cents on that.
Well, I hear what you're saying, Stu. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. But I understand DJ's a new commissioner, and he wants some more information. And I don't see where that would hurt. We could, as long as we have another meeting in December, and what do you want from Bill?
Just, I don't know how much time you need to put something like that together. I know we're discussing time.
I think it's best if you get a hands-on approach to that. Proposals in place from Heartland and our company, Nutanix. But I think going and visiting your IT department, if you want to see what it looks like, have them walk you through that stuff, right?
Yeah, and that's something I
think that's hands-on. You sound like the same guy I am, right? Which is go in and touch it, show me what you're doing so I understand it a little bit better, get educated. Now, you may not know it, you're right. You may look at it and go, well, those are blinky lights, great. What do those blinky lights do? And why do we need them here versus in the cloud? And that's, look, you want to educate yourself, and I appreciate that. And that's what we do.
Totally.
My role as an engineer for my company is to do just that.
Second the motion to table it.
Yeah.
So there's been a motion and a second to table it. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nay.
All opposed, same sign?
Nay.
Okay. Wait till I ask for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And like I said, we need to have something set up sometime in the next
I'll reach
week.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your window like for your Broadcom renewal? When's that?
We're past, we're past on it.
So the only risk that you have, just I can expose that again, I know he's mentioned it, I'll pull back the covers on it as an engineer. We have an industry which certifies when black hats do bad things. kind of like police have systems, in place when they know when they run you through the system, right? We have a similar way of doing that. As you can imagine, there's a lot of possible intrusion points. And the older systems get, the more prone they are to attack. There's more surface area to attack.
Yeah.
And it's not so much that the hardware fails, it's that the software can't be. Now, look at your laptops. If you run an old laptop, how easy is it for it to be hacked or compromised, get malware or something like that? The same applies why Microsoft does away with Windows XP. You can't run that anymore and so on. So.
Jeff, could we do this in a week?
Yeah, I can coordinate
We
with you
could
guys to
technically-
do that.
We're gonna vote to have another meeting or not in December.
Yeah.
What-
The pricing is good through
You said 30
probably.
days.
No,
We're talking about
We
7.
can figure that out.
Yeah, the pricing should be, we are hoping good until the next meeting, but anything beyond that, the price, not so good. I'll arrange something this next week with all of you if that works with you.
I appreciate all the input, like I said, and
Absolutely.
again, being new, it just, this is.
No, I appreciate it. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I appreciate you.
All right, moving on to item E. Appointment, Planning Commission Board of Zoning Appeals. Consider staff recommendation to appoint, now that we've moved this, appoint 2 individuals to the first 3-year term as a member of the Plain Zoning Board of Zoning Appeals, effective January 1st, 2026, and concluding December 31st, 2028. And we each have a ballot.
I have something to say before
go
you
ahead.
guys vote. I've talked to Henry today because my husband is one of the people that are applying for this board. And since there's no monetary benefit whatsoever, Henry and I talked and he said that it was quite all right for me to not abstain. I can vote on this. Correct? Okay, just wanted that known. I'm voting for 2.
For 2.
Okay.
Well, that's a good. Yeah.
Okay, your top 2 vote getters were Jeff Brooks and Charles Bob Gilmore, so you've made a motion to appoint those 2 individuals.
You hear that, guys?
I'm sorry.
You say that again, Henry?
Your top 2 vote getters were Jeff Brooks and Charles Bob Gilmore, so you'll need to make a motion to appoint those 2 to the
So
Planning
moved.
Commission Board of Zoning Appeals.
There's a motion to move, been made to appoint those, and I second the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Congratulations, guys. I guess that's just Jeff. All right, item F, which we,
Could we do 15 minutes on that and come back for more if we need it? It's 30.
Do we, I'm not sure we should do it because is it required that the city manager be in that meeting?
No.
No,
It's not, does not, okay.
But I think the next item on the agenda.
it's about the
yeah,
December.
we got one more item.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
And we're gonna, we're gonna have to come up with this. Item F, December meeting schedule. Discussion is needed to determine the preference of the city commission members as of December, as the December meeting schedule. And,
What about a meeting a week from now?
what day? We're talking about next week, right?
What's next Tuesday? The date?
If it's possible to not be next Tuesday, that would be.
To do what now?
Tuesday it creates some problems for Darren and some others.
Okay, all right, I'll see what you're
When-
saying.
Or sometime next week?
Anytime next week, but just not Tuesday.
Not Tuesday.
Not Tuesday.
What, I mean, what's the date, so we know?
Monday's the 15th, Wednesday's the 17th, Thursdays.
17th or the 18th? It would be Wednesday or Thursday?
We could do Wednesday. Wednesday good?
Wednesday? You said the 17th is Wednesday?
Yes.
And this is 5:30 here?
Yes.
What do we call, is it a special
It'll be
meeting?
a special meeting, so you'll need to vote to have that meeting, and the only items that are listed on the agenda will be the only items that will be able to be discussed, since it's a special meeting.
So,
So you've paid all the bills you need to for the year, and there's no stragglers or anything like that, since we're having another meeting. It would just be the named about the data that he was talking about.
so entertain a motion to have a special meeting, did you say the 17th?
Wednesday's the 17th.
Wednesday the 17th, 5:30 in this room, and we will be talking about Heartland Business Systems Agreement.
And will we have a tour like DJ was requesting so we can see too what they're talking about? Or would that be part of it, Jeff? Would a tour be a part of that, you know,
No, I mean, I don't have.
or just,
There'll be no changes in this department.
There wouldn't be anything to show. I mean, we
Okay.
don't have any of the equipment. We'd do is probably just a sit-down discussion and I'll have some PowerPoints.
sit down and discussion? Okay,
Kind of whiteboard it, maybe.
okay, sounds good.
So is there a motion for this special meeting on the 17th at 5:30 here to talk about Heartland's?
Is that what we're deciding on it then?
Well, he said Tuesday is not a good day.
Yeah, no.
Oh, Wednesday.
What's the purpose of the meeting though? I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Well, they
Okay.
need,
But I mean, when are we gonna do that?
That day.
we would decide it that day because they said they needed.
You would make a decision.
Yeah, and I think the end result will just, it gives us more information on what's, what the change is gonna do and how it's gonna affect things outside of the proposal, and then.
And then make a decision the first meeting in January?
No, that night,
Okay.
And we
Right.
could make it that night.
because he's saying time is of the essence right now. So, would we?
Could we do that, Henry?
Can you make that decision on that night? Yes.
Is that good for you?
Yeah,
Will that give you enough time?
well, yeah, as long as you guys are available before that.
Okay.
Yeah,
I will make that. That'd be the night.
it'll be Wednesday. Okay, so you need time before the Wednesday? I mean, I know, what is it you were saying?
Yeah, I mean, we would be meeting before that meeting privately to discuss and do education on that, or.
I don't think that's what they were.
Or just in the meeting itself.
In the meeting? Isn't that what the meeting's about?
Yeah, to get it approved, but I didn't know if you wanted to have a one-on-one with me.
Well, how are you gonna learn about it if you, and then you have another meeting to approve it if you don't go? and
Right.
learn
He's
about
gonna
it?
have
We'll be right back
PowerPoint
in the same
presentation.
position.
Yeah, he said he's having a PowerPoint.
Jeff, we'll have the training or the hands will be the
That night?
PowerPoint that you do that night.
I will do something that night.
I'll come see you beforehand.
Yeah, and if you have any questions beforehand, I'd like to
Yeah,
make sure that's
absolutely.
answered for you.
So we need a motion to,
Like a special meeting.
conduct a special meeting on the 17th of December at 5:30 in this building.
Yes.
To talk about Heartland Business System Agreement.
Is that proper wording in it? Is that the proper wording?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah, let's not, we'll just say we're gonna have a special meeting on Wednesday, because there may be something that comes up that we might wanna put on that agenda, but we'll.
Yes.
But I thought you said, he said you have to be specific though.
Just to what's the time of the agenda.
The agenda has to be.
Oh, okay.
The actual agenda has to be.
And we'll put that together.
Okay.
So if there's something else that needs to be put on that meeting, it'll be on that meeting, but definitely the Heartland Business System.
Okay. So second, DJ's first.
So there's been a motion and a second for having a meeting on the 17th. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Same sign. Motion carries. All right. Is there any non-agenda reports and requests?
I do.
Oh,
I have a question about the camera system in this room.
yeah,
And I know it's nice to see all hands on deck, but are we getting to a point where this needs updated too? I mean, like the clock and the
You're
camera.
talking about the broadcast?
Yeah,
Yeah, we've already started the upgraded process on it.
so with Crocan, Cox and YouTube
YouTube,
and broadcasting to people, so lips and everything matched voices and,
We're hoping it's working every night,
so
but
is
yeah,
tonight one of those nights?
Yeah,
Are we
it should
hitting
be
on all
working.
8 tonight?
it should have been on YouTube and.
Yeah,
and
but
the
Cox
two-
and Crocan, are they,
I haven't heard it that they haven't. I've been here, so.
I'm just curious.
But no, we've upgraded some of the cameras and so forth as we're trying to do it just a little here, a little there.
Well, like Joella said before, people really depend on that too.
Oh, yeah,
And
absolutely.
we appreciate what's going,
No.
you know, that's much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
That's all I had.
Anything else? Non-reports and requests? Moving to executive session. An executive session is necessary to discuss personal matters of non-elected personnel pursuant to KSA 75-431B, B1, to discuss city manager's 2026 goals and letter of agreement. Motion to recess into executive session for 30 minutes to discuss city manager's 2026 goals and letter of agreement pursuant to the non-elected personnel exception under KSA 75-431B1, with the meeting to resume in the commission room in 30 minutes.
Are we keeping it 30 minutes? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a motion to approve the recess into executive session?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
One second.
There's been motion made and a second. All in favor to recess in executive session for 30 minutes? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. I'm asking for an additional 30 minutes. For an executive session necessary to discuss personal matters of non-elected personnel pursuant to KSA 75-430-4319B1 to discuss the city manager's 2026 goals and letter of agreement. Motion to recess for another 30 minutes.
Move to approve.
I second.
So, recess for 30 minutes.
Still need to vote on it.
We did. Or-
Motion and approved. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. You need all of us to sign something. You know that, Stu?
What's that?
Before you leave, she needs you to sign something. So we're back from executive session, no decision was made, no votes were cast. Would entertain a motion for another 30 minutes to have an executive session necessary to discuss personal matters of non-elected personnel pursuant to KSA 754319B1 to discuss city manager's 2026 goals and a letter of agreement. Need a motion?
So I make a motion to do another 30-minute session to cover this discussion.
I'll second.
There's been a motion and a second in favor of this. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Take care, Steve. decisions were made, no votes were cast. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
To adjourn.
Second?
Second.
Yes, it's been motioned and second to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.